Hello everyone, Sanctum here. Welcome to my Guild Wars 1 stream. And I got a lot of different potential things for today because it's wide open. Wide open. And you know what I think I want to do? Is I think I want to fill in some book pages for Imrahil here. Because I've got... That's not where the book is. And I have 32 Marganite masks. I've got this Nightfall's book. And I've got two pages left to fill in it. I think I want to start by filling in those. So let's do that. Let's leave the guild hall. Ooh, connection, please, please connection. Okay, looks like it's stabilizing here. Nothing like the internet being temperamental. Okay, Nundu Bay is open as a mission. Ooh, but I need to add Milani to my party. Yes. This is how this works. I think I'll drop Area of Zeal here for this skill that I need to bring with me. Question is, who do I want to drop from Milani? I'd probably drop Zed. And add Milani. Let's see. Hey, Mana Guy. How you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Hello there. Gotta channel Obi-Wan Kenobi as best I can, right? Okay, I probably don't need Mantra of Frosts. I probably need to load... Yeah. Let's just go ahead and open Imrahil's League. I have Mantra of Lightning. I'm just gonna swap Norgud over to Mantra of Lightning. That'll work pretty well here. So yeah, let's get this book page filled in. I think what I want to do is I don't need this open right now, do I? No, I shouldn't have any skill conflict issues. I think what I want to do to start is I want to do Nundu Bay and I think it's Dasha Vestibule for this guy. Yeah. Nundu Bay and Dasha Vestibule to fill in the rest of this book. Turn this in, and then go over to Tyria and make my way over to Sanctum Cay into the Crystal Desert. So that way I can do... There's a quest there that goes from across the Crystal Desert, and I kind of want to do that because I haven't seen that one. I don't think. Maybe once. We are here to end Milani's Nightmare. I'm not necessarily going to only play Imrahil today, by the way. Need to protect Elder Jonah. Welcome to Ronjok, Traveler. Oh, I also need to stop by... I'll grab him in LA. Need to wait for them to finish their dialogue here, and then I can grab the skill that I need. Actually, I think I'm going to swap those. Thank you. Okay, just need to protect Ronjok. Elder Jonah must survive. Coming in from the south. Hope y'all are doing well today. Hope y'all were able to get more sleep than I was. I don't know. Just sometimes I seem to have these really difficult times getting to sleep. It's very unfortunate. I am finding myself to be a bit under-rested. But nothing for it but to press on. Hey, Fear, good to see ya. Hope you're doing well today. Hope you're doing well today. Just filling in the last couple pages of my Nightfall's book so I can turn it in to the Chantry of Secrets. And then I'm going to take this guy over to Lion's Arch so I can journey from there. Okay, here comes the boss group, it looks like. You know what, Market Warlocks can be a pretty high priority. Well, so can Market Reapers. Time does fly by. Time is distressing like that. It's very weird. I find that, like, days don't feel short, but weeks do. I'm not sure what to make of that. It's very peculiar. It's like, what makes... Like, well, this is one of the things, too, is, like, the nature of memory is an interesting thing. Like, as I've thought about it, what I find is that memory, at least the way that it works for me, is very narratively focused. So, anything where it's, like, a similar repeating pattern can start to feel very short. Because the repeating of the pattern kind of compresses it in the mind. But if it's something new and fresh, right, then it kind of sticks out better and is easier to remember. I don't know. It's very, very peculiar. Blocks. I think probably used Aegis. The Margonite monks are known for that. They're being taunted. I think this Margonite's just dying to a horde of minions. It is. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's nearly October 2020 is coming to an end. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, what are the things that individualize a period of time, right? I have a vial of purified water. Okay, we have good damage. If we're one-cycling those guys, we have good damage. But yeah, it's like, it's the thing that differentiates that makes it stuff stand out and memorable. And it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, when I think back to March, it feels like a really long time ago, but at the same time, it's like, how did we get to almost October already? I don't know. The passage of time, like, is a weird thing, because it's all based on, like, what we remember and what our memory of things feels like, right? I'm gonna get some energy and healing to the rest of my team here. Okay. So it's, and like I said, because the way that I understand it, history, like, or at least life history, and everybody's memory is slightly different. Like, my sister is way better at remembering certain things than I am, for example, and like, just what we're good at remembering is just different from person to person. But like, my experience is that memory is very much so a, like, for history is a very narrative thing. So it's like, okay, what's the current narrative of my life? And like, what are the things that make a narrative stand out? Well, it's like, how different and unique is it? So it's like, oh, when life experience, like when a day is the same as, you know, another day of its kind, there's nothing to distinguish it. When it could be any Tuesday, any Sunday, whatever. that really kind of creates the... Okay, it's coming from over here. It really creates the, like... You just can't remember what happened, and so it makes time feel short because there's no memory there to fill it because it's all just compressed into the same. This is what a whatever day of the week looks like. Okay. Hopefully we'll get another one cycle. Yep. Excellent. I think it has something to do with the fact that we've got, like, a dozen minions. Okay. I think we're about to need a ride out to meet them. So what can we do to make each day special enough that it's worth remembering? It's an interesting question. I don't think there's really an answer to that, as in I don't think we can make literally every single day so memorable. But I think that's part of why time feels like it speeds up. Because as a kid, you're constantly encountering new experiences. And the new experiences decrease in frequency as we get older. So we just have less active stuff to occupy our memory. That's my theory on it, anyway. Something I've been thinking about lately, just to change topics entirely, is one of the... Who's following me? Elder Jonah, please don't. Okay, I appreciate Elder Jonah. Please stop following me, though. One of the things I've been thinking about off and on lately... oh, it does 60 damage. That's nice. Is... So... Guild Wars 1 has an impending challenge in making new campaigns of what do you do when you to make new stuff there, like so basically when they made new campaigns, they decided they're going to add professions, right? That's what their solution was to, like, making new stuff for players to interact with. Is okay, well, let's have more professions. And that has some pros and cons. A pro is that's very exciting. A con is that it becomes increasingly difficult to make professions because you run into a design space problem. There's another problem that you run into also that's quite important, which is the how long do you support these professions for problem, which can be easily exemplified by the fact that Guild Wars Nightfall has support for ritualists and assassins, despite the fact that you cannot make a ritualist or assassin in Nightfall, despite the fact that there are factions, professions. They're like, oh, people made them and we want them to buy the new campaign, and so they're going to need stuff to go there for the people who are maining them. I've talked about this sort of thing before. But what I find interesting is to try to think about, okay, so what are ways that you can address this issue? And so there's a couple of different potential ways to go about trying to do this. I don't know why I tried to Lightbringer Skates that guy before I... this guy's going to need a couple of rounds just because he's not getting all of the attention from the minions. It's alright. Yeah, 2020 feels... Well, part of the reason why 2020 feels so long is because there's so many unique experiences, right? Like, most of us do not have lockdown experiences in normal life. And that huge disruption to routine, like, routine keeps... Like, helps the sort of similarity of things, right? And I think that that's part of it, is the huge disruption to routine that basically everyone's had as a result of the pandemic makes it feel extremely memorable. But anyway, so the issue that you then run into in Guild Wars with releasing new professions is, like, how long do you support them for? How do you go about supporting them in, like, future stuff? And then obstructed. There's just a lot of challenges that way, right? So, more Morganite masks for the pile. That's nice. Let's get this Harbinger down. So there's some potential solutions that for that. One that Izzy proposed was adding new attribute lines. I think that also runs into some of the design problem issues, because like fundamentally what we're talking about is what does it mean to be a warrior, and how are you going to reinterpret that? What does it mean to be a monk? What does it mean to be a whatever? Pick your profession. What does it mean to be a member of that profession, right? And one of the things that you run into, wow, we all have 10% morale boosts. Minions have gotten a little thin, but that's all right. I want your attention, please. We want to pull back a bit to pull them away from the Harbinger so I can take care of this group without the Harbinger getting in the way if I can. Yeah, you're going to get Aegis off. I'm not thrilled by. Yeah, it wasn't mean to be a baker. But it's one of those things where, as I've thought about it, like, there's a couple of different models of, do you add new attribute lines, which is something that was discussed. Like, do you basically try to invent new professions by modifying the existing professions? So, for example, do you take, I don't know, what's been bandied about, like Ranger, and give them dagger mastery? So that way, hey, you can now do daggers with a Ranger, as well as bows. So like that's a proposed way to approach that. How am I doing on my... I'm curious. What is the one mission I didn't get Masters on? There's one somewhere. Oh, it's the Grand Court of Spelka. Okay. I was back getting the long spaghetti. Yeah, I'm curious to hear what y'all say. Okay, I want to... Do I have Mantra Flame? You think a good way to add new content would have been to implement completely new game systems instead of extending the already existing one like classes. For example, a new and more advanced crafting system, adding crafting professions, which can be leveled by crafting, stuff like this. Yeah, that's definitely a way of like adding a side thing. Given what they gave us in Guild Wars 2, I wouldn't want Guild Wars 2 style crafting systems, but that's definitely a direction you could go. Okay, I need to do a good bit of changes because the minions are also not good here. What I know I personally would like... Let's see, I need Margaret. Because I've given some thought to this. Is I would like a... I like the idea of, instead of trying to add new attribute lines, which it's a better solution than adding new professions, for sure. But then you run into the problem of, well, are you supporting dagger stuff once you move to the next campaign, right? It continues to have that problem. What I like is an idea of, like, adding new mechanics, like new combat mechanics that you spread around. And this is something that Magic the Gathering does, right? Where it's like, oh, we've added this type of mechanic, and now we're, like, spreading it around. So, like... You could add ranged attacks to strength, for example, to allow some cross-profession synergies. Or you could add weapon spells, but instead of adding rituals, you just, okay, weapon spells are one of the new mechanics in factions. And here's how the monk uses them, and here's how the necromancer uses them, for example, maybe. Where the monk uses positive ones and the necromancer uses negative ones. And like, I feel like there's different ways that you can kind of do stuff that way. And I think that would be a really interesting way of trying to approach the, okay, what's the new like mechanics that we've added here that we then, like, we don't need to keep supporting them in the next one, but we can bring them back whenever we want. I think taking that approach would be a good way of trying to approach some of the issue. Okay, I wanted to... Let's see, I don't think I need Elias here. I'm going to boot Elias. And I wanted to give Norgu Mantra of Flame. I do have it. A lot of fire damage in this place. Okay, who do I want to add for the last slot? I could add Acolyte Sasuke for attribute points. I don't think that's necessarily the best plan. But it's just something I've been thinking about, is I feel like, hey, what if instead of trying to add new professions or attribute lines, is just add new skill types that are, or like new mechanics that are interesting, new focuses. I think that could be a really interesting way of trying to do it, of like, okay, here's this interpretation, here's this sort of approach. It still runs into problems, and you're always going to fundamentally have that. There's no way to avoid it, but... I guess I could just add General Morgan. Let's see, yeah, Epidemic I certainly don't mind. Song of Restoration is actually a really good idea here as well. I don't think Wild Throw is super important. I'm cool with Epidemic. I can change myself around a little bit. You would like to recommend Martyr here as a way of controlling the burning. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, you certainly seem to have grown fond of it. The issue is I don't know who I'd necessarily give Martyr to. I guess I could give it to General Morgan if I wanted. That's not unreasonable. But I kind of like him having Epidemics so he can spread around my dazed, so... and I like Song of Restoration for some additional healing. I don't feel like I need Wild Throw, so I want to bring a better option. Let's see. The issue is things aren't going to bleed as much here either, so... Maybe I just bring a different... This is one of those things where, like, Course of Restoration is just... It's one of those skills where it's, like, it's real good if everybody's using Shouts and Chants, and most people are not. Like, I don't mind having a whole, like, expansion that's focused on Shouts and Chants. Yeah, anyway. I guess I could give him Anthem of Flame, though. That's not bad. Yeah, it would certainly help against the Searing Flames. There's actually a spot where having Extinguish would be pretty good. Do I have that? I do. Yeah, I'll just bring Extinguish. At this point, though, I kind of need more energy. I could bring... Let's see. I think I'm going to drop Lyric of Zeal on account of... already have it on somebody. I like having Area of Restoration. I think I'm going to bring Energizing Course just for the energy management. Course of Restoration is such an awkward skill. Okay, this is a 12-second recharge. What other options do I have floating around here? I mean, like, I can bring Course of Restoration. It only helps me in General Morgan is the issue that I have with it. That's not the worst, but I can also just bring Signet of Synergy. That's not a bad idea. I'll do that. I'll do something like this. This is probably fine. Yeah, I think this should be mostly okay. I do need to change Master of Whispers around, though, because he doesn't need Animate Bone Fiend, so I'm going to drop Death Magic off of him. What do I have here? I have Prospered on Donkoro, so that's fine. I can go up in Curses. The mechanic you just came up with. Open up certain new skills if a character has X amount of points in a certain attribute line of his main class and the same amount in an attribute line of secondary class. For example, a Mesmer Monk who has 9 Smite, 9 Illusion has 2 or 3 new combo skills available which thematically fit this combo. At a 9 Smite, 9 Restoration player has 1 or 2 new skills. Oh, so like skills that have basically require two different attributes. Is kind of what you're talking about. Of like, yeah, that's an interesting idea as well. Like skills that are basically dual profession. I actually kind of like that idea. That's an interesting design space to at least try out and play around in. Let's see. Well, those spots where I really wish I had Blood Ritual available here. Well, I can explore around and get access to it, but... Let's see. Do I want more condition removal? This is an awkward spot of like, okay, well, what skill's actually useful here? Oh, maybe just Insidious Parasite would be good. I'll just go Soul Reaping. Throw a few points in Healing Prayers for Renew Life. And just drop on Insidious Parasite. That'll work. Minions are technically not unusable here, but they're certainly not as good. Okay. I think this should be fine. I was about to hit intermission, and then I realized I don't have an intermission button. Is it? Yes, the Lock of Adashim over here that I need to go to. Ooh, Major Vigor rune. Cha-ching! Somebody needed one of those, didn't they? No, I already got them. Whatever, I'm still gonna salvage this out. Breakhammer. Marganite Tunic. I don't trust this axe to be anything other than wood, so I'm not gonna bother salvaging it. We aren't here to loot. Let us in. I mean, we are here to loot. It's not accurate to say that we're not here to loot, but that's not our primary purpose for being here. Okay, Goran. I hope Prince Balko will be happy to see me. I mean, I don't know that he will, Goran. We'll find out. Well, that guy got successfully shut down. I probably brought more energy management than I strictly speaking need, but we'll find out. Yeah, I definitely think that's an interesting idea to try out. You guys just love setting things on fire, don't you? Oh yeah, I can use the signet for other purposes as well. Handy. This is the thing that I like about Paragon, is it's really easy to just like slot utility spells onto them. The thing I dislike about Paragon is like they needed a bit more variety in just like I wish some of the fundamental design was different. Because like the idea of a profession that's like just kind of good at just doing whatever, actually kind of cool. Or like is good at kind of like slotting one-off support spells and things like that. But I really wish Paragon had some adrenaline shout or chant in leadership. I think it would really help the profession be a little bit more interesting to play, even with just its current design. But it certainly suffers from having like the fewest skills made available to it. These roaring ethers are no joke. I'll take this one down. Boy, I'm a little concerned about the bosses. I definitely need to make sure I'm getting There's Nothing to Fear up at good times, because that's really going to be important to our survival, I can tell. Okay, let's get these Eternal Guardians over here down. Dazing these guys doesn't really do much, but makes me feel better. Nothing to Fear ends, and everybody gets healed for 60. Yeah, I actually really like the idea of, like, profession combo skills. Because then you could give, like, the warrior some sort of, like, healing prayers inspired shout that heals everybody, for example, for a little bit. Just, I don't know, there's just like a lot of different options that you could go with that, and that's a really interesting direction to go, because it's versatile. It leaves you open to a lot of different possibilities, but at the same time it doesn't expand things in a bad way, for lack of a better phrase. No, have some dazed. You need some dazed. You need to stop doing anything. There we go. Okay, there's a sapphire guarded chest. We'll get that later. Master of Whispers, how'd you die already? At least Norgu should hold out decently well. This 42% damage reduction to fire magic. Yeah, Extinguish is a little bit long in the recharge, unfortunately, but doing all right. Certainly it'd be a little bit more interesting if I had actually spec'd into that attribute, but I didn't feel like doing too much that way. I do want to actually just get this guy to... I guess it's either the... I want to get him through factions so I can buy some of the equipment there. I do eventually want to get this guy loaded up on 40 gear. Answer me these riddles 3. Actually, riddle 6. I don't actually know if these are always in the same order or not. These Jinn like to set everybody on fire too. There's a diamond of Adoshim. You take that out so I can open the chest in this room. They made the soul system pretty forgiving. There's our diamond key. Okay, Divine Guardian, what's your riddle? Balthazar. Spirit of Aldor came to me. Your Dwayna. Brilliant as in light, not smarts. Haha. Cold and Barren. Walk in Doom's Wake. That's Grenth. Lissa. Melandru. This is going to be Abaddon. I don't know. Suddenly, like, everybody knows about Abaddon sort of thing in some of this stuff. Feels a little hokey to me. I don't know how it feels to y'all. But something that has always kind of felt a little bit hokey. I don't know if always is the right word there, but it definitely feels a little bit hokey to me. Just like suddenly, oh, everybody talks about Abaddon now. Like, we should have known him all the little times. And to be fair, like, we could have known about him all the times from the... yeah, give me this treasure of Adoshim. From the volcano. Like, Abaddon's mouth is not just an arbitrary name. But we didn't know that back in Prophecy's days. Did they have any, like, Nightfall references and factions? Or is it all just, like, Prophecy's had a bajillion threads that they kind of built into it that they kind of just pulled on to make the other campaigns? I don't remember seeing anything that made me think of Nightfall and Cantha. Oh, that's not entirely true. There were Elonian mirrors, but there wasn't like anything super deep that I recall. I remember, though, there were Elonian mirrors that we were handing out. It's interesting how with each campaign release, the world felt a little bit bigger, and that they seeded in stuff like more references to the other parts of the world and more connections. Apparently my in-game ping is terrible. Oh, there it goes. Technically speaking, you didn't need to use Anthem of Flame there, but I don't mind it, General Morgan. I really would love to be able to modify how the AI uses each skill. Like, use it at the start of battle, for example, versus just maintain. Okay, there's just a couple Sapphire Djinn. Yeah, Spiteful Spirit, do your work. I'm gonna wait for... Yep. I never want to walk into these. If I can help it. Sometimes I have done so by accident, though. Yeah, here come the ace surges. Here comes the setting everybody not on fire. Maybe still a little bit tight, but that's what happens when you get spammed with ace surges and energy burns and stuff. I don't mind absorbing most of that on myself anyway. I'd rather not have my heroes getting all of their energy obliterated. Or these Thunders of Arashim. Actually, these are legally distinct entities from the other things that we fought. In that they totally apply different things. Well, they don't have the auras anyway. This is a really simple math puzzle, in my opinion. Your opinion may vary. Your opinion is perfectly allowed to vary. Everybody has different expertises. Although this is a sort of puzzle where the difficulty is trying to like figure out what the puzzle is rather than solving it. If that makes sense. Although I frankly appreciate having some math puzzles in games. I would love to see Fortnite add some math puzzles to open chests with good gear in it or something. Let's see. I need 6. Just because it would help encourage kids to learn math, which I think is good. In a way that gives them a tangible benefit in something they care about. That makes this 4 energy, which does make it net me a couple points, which is nice. Of course, the Anthem also happens to make things... makes Anthem of Flame a really good source of energy for our good friend, General Morgan. So that's cool. Okay, just need to make our way to the middle. And remember to stop by and open the chest. And then I can try to not die to the Elementalist boss at the end, I suppose. It's really where that all ends. And there's a couple of very easy ways to die to it. Just getting slammed for all the damage, and Gorin getting obliterated. You can definitely fight those bosses one at a time, though, and it's best to do so if you can manage it. I thought that might be happening. Need to give those enough time to like clear away. The effect of walking into them persists for a little bit as the animation ends. You don't want to go into them too eagerly. I like these little... I don't know. What are these? Fire towers? Something? I like them. I like how the master bonus, whatever you want to call it here, is very, like, plays into who Margaret is. It's just on your way. It's not a particular difficulty to get, but it's just the thematics of it fit really well, and I like that. Okay, what do we got going on here? Cormab Burning Heart is definitely the closest of these bosses. So we can try to get that one out early. Shakor Fire Spear has a Anelite that exists, technically. I'm just kind of waiting for these guys to wander around some. I don't want to try to engage Cormab in a position where I'm going to be aggroing the other ones if I can help it. But it doesn't really matter to me which one I fight first, realistically. But I also want to do it in... or want him to be in a position where he's not going to... okay, be obstructed if I can help it. Okay, it was a bit slow. That's what I was afraid of. There we go. Okay, we should be fine now. That's the Dervish boss is somewhat threatening, but frankly, it's the Searing Flames boss right there at the end. That's abjectly terrifying. Like, this guy right here is a threat, don't get me wrong. Deals a lot of AoE damage being a Dervish, but nowhere near as bad as Searing Flames is, so. All right. That should fill in my book then? Is that right? Yeah, okay. So we have a fully filled in book. That's exciting. Let's go turn it in. We already read through all of these last stream, I think it was. So don't need to repeat that now. Chantry of Secrets. So yeah, I guess I need to go talk to the Scrivener over here. Let's see, expertise was really expensive last I saw, so I was hanging on to that for later. Look at my copy of Nightfalls. Yep, I would like 6,000 Lightbringer points. Yeah, I'm now a conquering Lightbringer. Very thoroughly a conquering Lightbringer. I like the book mechanic, quite frankly. Also, some more skill points, which is nice. Catalonian Pathfinder. This character got Survivor? Fascinating. I didn't realize that. If you type /deaths, it will tell you how many times your character has died, and more importantly, it'll also tell you how much experience you've gained since your last death. So I've died 115 times, and I've gained 78,921 experience since death. I got 2 hero skill points as well, which I think I actually want to go make use of here. I'm going to leave my party for the moment, because I'm going to be going over to Tyria in a second anyway. I must have added skills for getting to Tyria. I'll not worry about that at the moment. Okay, I want to go Sunspear Great Hall. The Sunspear ones allow you to get the Sunspear skills, but you can't get them. Actually, no, I wanted to check Sunspear Sanctuary. I'm going to go check here, because I'm curious to see if I can get Sunspear skills here at the Sunspear Sanctuary. Hang on to that there for the moment. Yes, Libba. Yeah, I can get some spear skills here. That's cool. What do I want? I'm gonna grab Eternal Aura and Vampirism. Okay. I don't need all of them on this character by any means, but... So now, if I want to get Protector of Ilona, I just have to do Grand Court of Spelka better. But I don't care about doing that just yet. Okay, Lion's Arch. I'm going to need to change my bar here a good bit, because I need less focus in Spear and some focus in Command. Yeah, it's a really solid one. Have some weird keyboard issue? Let's see. Out of motivation, into commands. Oh. Yeah. Okay, let's drop most of these. Okay. Where's my level not 20s? Acolyte, Sasuke, and Zenmai. Dunkoro is healing? No, Dunkoro is protection. Why did I make this one Talcora healing? Whatever, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to grab Talcora. Yeah, there we go. Talcora. Zenmai has... Right, some sort of mess, because... Put over to this one for a moment. Because I didn't have... I do have... Elite attack now. What do I have for offhands, though? That's the issue, is I didn't really have much in the way of offhand options. Okay. Well, that can be fixed. Try refreshing the page? I don't know. I don't have good answers for you, I'm afraid. Let's grab Raza. An Acolyte Jin, I guess? I think this should be fine. Our bar is objectively weird. Okay, and he's just doing a fire dual attune. Delia, which is fine. Okay, let's just go back over here for the moment. I need my skill bar. Incoming. Fall back. I'm just going to slot these guys here for the moment. We shall return. Probably won't need that. Maybe it'll be available a little bit later. I know we've had some weird oddities with some of that before, though. Warrior, Ranger, Necromancer, Mesmer, Ritualist, and Dervish. Interesting. That's very strange. I don't know a whole lot about how all those are set up, though. Yeah. Twitch Prime can do weird things, I think. Because I suspect that's what you're using. I should just slot and go for the eyes, maybe. I don't really feel like this bar needs to go for the eyes, but... Energy management is nice. Okay, so I have my Flameseeker Prophecies that I'm not too worried about trying to fill in super soon here. Just want to make my way over to Sanctum Cay. Yeah. Okay, first watch Sergio. I guess I can drop a couple things off at the chest first. It's on the way. Okay, that's an ethereal garment. 13 dust. Don't mind if I do. More steel for the steel pile. Also very welcome. Okay. I'm just going to... Good old giant pile of platinum from filling in a book. Always very useful. I'm just going to make my way over. A lot of this is just going to be doing the run thing. Quite frankly, I don't care that much about trying to fight stuff here. My party is welcome to, I suppose. I like this view. There's something really nice about this view. Getting up this way. These are 10 seconds, so they're exactly back to back. Less damage, please. I mean, it's very easy to overcome burning when you're gaining 14 HP per second, so it's not too big of a deal. Yeah, we're just ducking into Delessia Seaboard here. This is going to be interesting because what I fundamentally want to do right now is run to TOA. I don't know why this Godwalking Amongst Mere Mortals is sitting here, but sure. I'm not too concerned about trying to do missions or anything yet. I just want to remember my geography. I think I need to go this way. I'm just going to leave that open. I'm going to want the navigational help. It's been a while since I've tried to do a run to Sanctum Cay, so... Overlapping that there a little bit. I think if I got slightly more, I might be able to get it up to... Yeah. These are really good skills for run fasting, though. Or running fast. I'll let my party catch up. Because why not? Right now I'm going to Sanctum Cay because I want to get to the Crystal Desert, so that way I can go do the quests that requires me to have the Crystal Desert available. So I'm just kind of trying to make my way over there. So we filled in the book. That was kind of step one. I'm probably... I want to go do that quest on Imrahil, and then I might take Imrahil into Cantha. I might hop on Gyrudo and fill in his Nightfall book. That's also something I'm thinking about doing. Oh, I forgot to grab the Mercenary Heroes, didn't I? That's okay. How is Zenmai alive? Okay. He's not anymore. Yeah, it's like that one. These two are just... They're not difficult, they're just really annoying. And then the Troubled Keeper was proving extremely difficult, so... I'll wrap it up on him at some point in time, but it's going to be a little bit before that happens. That doesn't surprise me. That one's rough. That one's really rough. Let's see, I'm going to go stop at Burden Hot Springs. I'm going to want it later anyway. And it's kind of on the way to the Cursed Lands, so... All this fighting between the Ettins and the Tengu. I'll just set them over here in this conflict. Let my heroes take care of it. Okay, you know what? Sure, you can just go back that way. That's fine. They'll get resurrected once I step inside the hot springs anyway. Yeah, that keeper won. Another thing that's really annoying about that keeper one is the refresh time on it is really long. Like, you have to wait a minute for the battle to even start. And then once it does start, the time between waves is really long. It's just a very slow, weirdly slow pace, but also difficult feel. Ha! Oh my goodness, Aziz Rotten Scalp. I don't know how much time I spent trying to farm that guy for, or trying to get that guy to spawn so I could capture a skill off of him on Rex Templaris. I should have brought... I was thinking about Antidote Signet. Now I'm kind of wishing I had gotten it. Okay, you know what? You guys can just stay there. I'll be fine. There's nothing to fear. I'm not going that far. Mm-hmm. How's that going? There's 2 routes through here. I might actually go a little bit slower through this zone. This one is pretty dense with enemies. And they're going to be weak enemies, too, is the thing. It'd be a little bit easier with Charge, just because Charge lets you get rid of Dazed. Or it's Crippled. I don't know why I said Dazed. Or lets you get rid of Crippled, which is very handy. Yeah, these Skeleton Rangers, and they're... I'd forgotten that they have, pinned down. Some of these are actually semi-high level. Currently having trouble with fitting enough damage with survivability and healing. Yeah, that's always the challenge, isn't it? Because your skills are competing for the same slots. I know you're using Predator's Pounce on everything, right? Because that one's definitely a pretty solid skill. Also having permanent speed boost. Yeah. See, who's getting splinter weapons? Nobody right now. There goes the Wraith. Ooh. A minor rune. I wonder if it will be useful. It might be. Probably won't be, but it might be. You can see why I kind of wanted to fight my way through here. Like, again, these aren't that threatening to fight, but running, there's just enough of them that it could be a real problem. We found 2 Derv healers with AOD more effective than that. Interesting. Little avatar of Dwayna. These skeleton sorcerers are really obnoxious. They inflict a lot of blind. That's interesting. Yeah, because they tend to try to prioritize fighting the monks, don't they? I think this side has 2 exits, if I remember correctly. Oh. Huh. Well, getting one-shot's obviously not helpful to your cause. What sort of stuff is happening? Most of the time the pets are tanking since they are the lowest armor. You're running all dire, I'm assuming, or going for more balanced? Evo. The Black Curtain. Gotcha. I tend to favor dire. I feel like they have enough tankiness anyway, and I prefer the damage. I will just run through this map since this one is a lot less enemy dense. It feels good to be just running through like Tyria again. It's been a while. Interesting. So Zenmai has gained some experience points because she has reduced death penalty. But Talcora and Raza were too high level to get any experience points there. I like that these are poison swamps, but I also like that the effects of fallback incoming cancel them out. The slots you dedicate to pet armor and tankiness. It doesn't do anything when you're tanking one of the heroes as level 30 destroyer warrior. You're showing them. Yeah, for sure. That does become a problem. It does become a problem. Because it's definitely going to be those. Like, if you beef up your pets, then when they come in for you, it doesn't matter. Yeah. That's definitely an issue. Yeah, well, you're heavy ranger, right? So you have a bunch of against elemental armor. So that makes sense to me. Like 100 armor against elemental damage is no joke. So it's always going to just be the issue of, oh, you got slammed by... Here's TOA. Bunch of people here. We have favor for the moment. It's always nice to come to TOA with favor. You know? What's the Paragon doing? Let's see. What am I going to run to? I don't know, but I should absolutely go grab antidote signets. I can get that at the guild hall. I have a Drockner's key lying around? That's interesting. Right. I want to make sure I've got a platinum so I can go buy antidote signets. Okay. Yeah, you could also just ping it to me in game. That might be what you're doing, actually. Antidote signets. Oh, I kind of want to grab apply poison. Well, I'm not going to worry about that right now. I do need to go capture that one skill. Okay. Yeah, here we are. Okay, so this is your incoming fallback. I'm guessing you're running like 14 command or something. 13 is the most you could be getting to, but... Or no. +1 headpiece to 12. Yeah, 15. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Because then that lets you... Oh, and OTX Cry allows you to renew Blade Turn Refrain on your allies. Like, this does add some defensiveness, and this lets you get your additional run speed going, which is always really nice. I'm just going to drop that. Actually, you know what? This is just probably better than any of the other attack skills I could have, so I'll just bring it by itself. It's fine. Yeah, well, because OTX Cry gives your... it's... The plus 24 armor is nice, but it makes able to make your pets unblockable is just a huge benefit. Because it lets you get through all of the Aegis that you otherwise have to deal with, as well as the lightning reflexes. There's a lot of really annoying block that happens later on. Yeah, and that lets you maintain your energy. Yeah. But being able to, like, actually get your attacks through, again, particularly against the Arms of Insanity, is really, really helpful. And then Stand Your Ground does help add defensiveness to your team when they're standing still, but they do tend to scatter. So it's not always like a surefire solution to that. It's really easy to forget that this is 140 health worth of healing. Take that, Lynx. Well, I haven't done this run in a while. I have done it before, usually on Barry, though. Used to run 3 times Spear Mastery Rangers with Enraged Lunge. Yeah, I think I remember seeing a previous version that you posted on PBX. Let's see, I need to make sure I'm going down the eastern side. I don't need to go into... Does this actually go where I want it to, or is this kind of a dead end? Okay, this is kind of a dead end. Hey, Acolyte Jin. Oh, that's one you found? That's fair. I get you now. Yeah, that is the problem with spears, is you don't have any AoE. Ah, so you're doing Ranger Writ with Otyugs, Call of Haste, Brutal Strike, Splinter Weapon. Yeah, and then some energy management skills. And then one of these. Okay. And that gets you some Enraged Lunge. Did you try, instead of, like, Brutal I know does a lot of damage. Have you tried Melandriu's Assault instead? On some of your characters? Or do you want to stick with the single target damage of Let's see, I feel like I don't know how to actually navigate this area. This area gets cleared out later for War and Kryta. You've only tried Melandries on your bar? Yeah, it certainly would be a different option for the AoE. Like, you might be able to... Splinter Weapon's really good, but you might be able to go Melandries instead of Splinter Weapon, potentially. It's at least worth checking out, I think. Okay. Well, the main advantage of going that way is it does open you up to different secondaries, but wait. I don't know my geography here super well. It's been a very long time since I've tried to do anything like this. It's kind of a Death Blossom skill, right? Not Whirlwind attack. Yeah, okay, so this is... Oh, Cry of Frustration. Excuse me. Some quick enchantments just for the energy, and then the idea is that that pops off with Avatar of Dwayna, and then you have some additional support. And you're running 2 of those? Hang on, I need to see to navigate. Yeah, like the idea there is you have a strong heal, and then you have a bunch of smaller heals, right? So you mostly have a bunch of like smaller heals triggering off of the enchantment's ending. And then you have a few... There's the Wizard's Tower in all its glory. And frame rate killing effects around here for whatever reason. But then you have oh yeah, it would be awful. You could also try strike as 1. I think I would probably diversify the bars just to experiment with stuff to see what works. Because you're doing 2 of these, I might try changing one of them to strike as 1 just to see how well that works. There's a bunch of people here too. And there's Watchman Arad. Whew. Right there. Always tanks. I don't know exactly what the effect is. I think it has something to do with water reflections, but I don't know for sure. Okay. Leave me alone, Drake. 34 damages ain't bad. I could definitely see strike as 1 being useful, though. Oh, uh-huh. But your main issue is the squishiness of your actual party if your pets aren't able to successfully intercept, right? I think that's what you're saying. Your biggest issue is at the moment. Let's see. Trying to think of potential options for that. while also not getting too lost. I'm gonna want that. Okay, I didn't need to double up on those, but I'll take it. The healing. Yeah, I definitely feel like one, this stuff is dying too slow and defend the point mission and quests on HM. Yeah, I don't necessarily have a great answer to that particular problem either, is the thing. This Soul Pyrus right here is a very useful crafter, as just a random aside. Crafts the same sort of armor as Amnoon in terms of strength, which is very useful, since it's a little bit early. It certainly lets you get your pets into position more quickly. I'd have to look at Beast Mastery more fully. What sort of hexes do I have going on right now? Okay, Zenmai's bar is close to worthless at the moment, so I'm going to need to change her or someone else up. We're going to be fighting undead as well. This is actually probably a really good spot for me to do the fragility focus. Drop command. Drop spear. Let's go illusion and maybe some motivation. What do I want to focus in? Leadership, probably? Oh. Okay, I'll take a point out of that so I can put it in there. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, I don't know if traps would be good to bring, but that obviously stretches your attributes. The advantage of traps, of course, would be that you would... you'd be able to, like, support your back line with things kind of going in, but... Let's see, I want fragility... I need to get more elites. As a random aside. Anthem of Flame and Energizing Chorus is a nice combo. Because, like, I mean, if nothing else, you can bring Vipers. I don't know how great that would be, but if enemies get in your backline, suddenly get smacked with stuff. Yeah. I'm guessing you're using together as one? That would be my guess? Let's see. I'm going to bring Epidemic. And yeah, that seems logical to me. What do I want my elite to be? There's nothing I want to echo. I don't really care about enchantments, so Era of Disenchantment doesn't seem particularly useful here. I mean, the power is yours is an option. I think I'll bring It's Just a Flesh Wound. I like that skill quite a bit. Yeah, So your problem is things dying. Too slowly, specifically. Let's see. I had a couple of these. And then you're doing this for spreading conditions around. And some deep wounds. And then you have that Paragon bar. Right, which is adding some defensiveness. Do you really need... Oh, that's your animal companion, not animal companions. Okay, I see. Never mind. Here's something I think I would try. I would try changing one of these guys to bring Barbs and Mark of Pain. And just see how that might affect things. Since both of those would allow you to get additional damage. It's worth a try for that angle of things, I think. What do I want my last skill here to be? Probably something a little bit cheaper. Yeah. Something that doesn't require a massive amount of energy would be a good idea. Remedy Signet, maybe? Well, even if you don't want Mark of Pain, Barbs is probably still a good idea. Because it will add a bunch of damage to your pets. I think I just bring Remedy Signet here. Okay, let's just go do this mission now. Oh, right. Yeah, I start off by needing to carry this stupid scepter. Okay, I forgot about that. It's not the worst, but I don't really want to have to deal with this. Because I can't attack, which hampers my energy. Yeah, it'll probably be fine. You're right, Avenia. Something isn't right here. A bunch of Inferno Imps just kind of roasting us a little bit. Gently warming us. Like, I'm gonna go get the spirit, because I might as well get the bonus. Oh, Sasuke leveled up. I'm gonna drop that there for the moment. Zero Browns are already in our party. I think you guys need more fragility. Yeah, there's some conditions. Perfect. Scepter of War. I might need to carry it up to the Restless Spirit. I don't remember. I think it might follow the Scepter. Like, it's definitely possible to kind of, I don't know, trade stuff around a little bit. Oh, this guy literally says something in all chat. I didn't realize that. He says, I will follow the scepter. Take me to the vizier. I did not realize the Restless Spirit said that. I usually leave all chat, our local chat off, so I wouldn't be able to see it. Just because I don't want to see like random spam messages and things like this person asking for our party for Missy. I assume it's supposed to be mission. But here we are. You can also use like charge and watch yourself and protector's defense. That's an option as well. Boy, that Restless Spirit is slow. Oh, there's some gold coins over here. Don't want to miss these. Yeah, how long has it been that I've done this bonus several times. I just didn't know that guy literally just said, I will follow the scepter, take me to the vizier. I'm guessing he's an Orient ghost then. Mm-hmm. Of course. Of course. You need to have your martyr bar. It is of vital importance. Yeah, Predator's Pounce is really nice for keeping your pets healed. This is a little bit more utility oriented. Yeah. You could also... Because I'm thinking... I kind of like the idea of trying a... Ranger Warrior with Protector's Defense, Watch Yourself, and Charge. Like, obviously that doesn't do the full speed up. It's only around a 50% uptime or so. But it does have the distinct benefit of giving you a bit of additional tankiness. There's Protector's Defense. I don't think any of these guys are Slash Warrior. I know Zenmai is. Protector's... Protector's Defense right here is a skill. And the block would help with the things that you're... Because it blocks attacks, right? So... it would help with those issues. Zenmai leveled up. And you have a couple of different options there too. You can have, like, if you wanted to do 2 of them, you could do a charge, 2 protectors defenses. That is an incredibly unimpressive Chaos Storm. 2 charges, 2. Yeah, you're thinking shields up. I mean, you can use shields up as well. But like 2 protectors defenses, 2 charges, a watch yourself, and like a shields up or something. There's a couple of different options that you could roll with. It certainly doesn't hurt to explore some of those options. The other advantage of using charge, like incoming and fallback are really nice. Charge doesn't go down in battle like fallback does, and it also removes crippled when you use it. So there is an advantage to using it that way as well if you are having problems with crippled. Your pet's getting crippled. Which I don't know what you're running into necessarily. They made their antidote signet a bad idea. But Protector's defense would help defend your backline, so... I don't know. Something worth considering, I suppose. Mostly Ellie and Mesmer hexes. Oh, I see, I see. And that's causing you problems on your pets? I don't need to be on fire, thanks. Yeah, I have plenty of energy. You guys aren't doing that much that's threatening though. Yeah, that one's trickier. Obviously, Strike as 1 gets around snares, but it is definitely like if you're running into problems with boy, Acolyte Sasuke, you did good work there. If you're running into problems with like clumsiness and stuff, blurred vision is also really annoying. Oh. Of course it wouldn't be. That would make life too easy. Yeah, it would. I don't know. I don't have great answers for you, is the thing. That dragon dropped 23 piles of dust for me. Oh, very generous of it. I guess we're fighting this bone dragon. Okay, let's clear some of these off. There we go. I wanted to let the rest of the spirit catch up a little bit there. Yeah, I wish I had a good answer for the hexes, but like, there's just some areas where it's just you're gonna get overwhelmed with hexes. That's just going to happen. And there are like things you can do, like you could try bringing expel hexes or withdraw hexes if you really want. I'm not too impressed with withdraw hexes, but. Do something about these hellhounds, please. Splinter is definitely a really strong skill. But yeah, I would try one as well. Because then you can switch out one of those and the Paragon for Charge Rangers. If you wanted to have your speed buff that way. There it comes, giant stomp. In terms of like increasing damage output, I definitely feel like barbs would be a good way to go for trying to increase damage output as well. So that's another variant to try. Yeah, well, like part of it too is you're relying on the AI to like be actively spreading Splinter Weapon around. It's the sort of thing where it's probably just you're better off you doing Splinter Weapon. Right. And like because you as a player will be a lot more proactive about spreading it around, likely, than the AI will be. Although I don't know how effectively your AI is moving it around or not. Depending upon what other priorities they have, they can sometimes be a little bit lax on spreading it. Okay, Restless Spirit. Will you talk to me, Restless Spirit? Take me to the Vizier. I mean, the Vizier is over here. Okay. My spirit has been restless, but the Vizier has enabled me to rest. Oh, that's interesting. Please, take me to the grave of my family, so I can finally find peace. I haven't seen the spirit's dialogue in, like, all of the times I've been doing this bonus on stream, just because I haven't been doing the doing it with local chat on. I didn't know this guy spoke in local chat. They usually make AI speak in team chat these days. So that's really interesting to me that they have that guy specifically speaking in local chat. Obviously, with prophecies being older, they did a lot more like random weird stuff, but I just hadn't anticipated that would be the case. So. Edgar, the Iron Fist. Not necessarily, because Swirling Aura adds a blocking effect. And there are definitely some areas where you want that much. These guys have been alive for a surprisingly long period of time. I feel like they tend to die out earlier. Yeah, friggin' Will of the Profane. For sure. Yeah, elementalist defensive stuff can be beneficial for sure. What I actually like as a bar is Earth with Subwater for Swirling Aura. And then Magnetic Surge, Magnetic Aura, Obsidian Flame. And probably like Elemental Attunement and Earth Attunement. You get some nice defense and offense bonuses from that. You could also go like slash monk for remove hex. Has a really good cooldown. Not sure if there's enough slots for that or not, but let's see. Obsidian Flame, Surges. Yeah, you could add like remove hex and then like a res or a ward against melee or something. Mist form. Oh, so kind of replacing the dervishes with mist form. Yeah, that could work. Trying to get the same basic idea, right? Energy can definitely be a bit of a problem, so make sure you're bringing stuff to manage that, but yeah, otherwise I can see that working. Like, I've definitely experimented around with Mist Form. I think it's an alright skill. It's just the energy does become a bit of a difficulty on it. Just because you're, my experience with it is you want expensive spells or spells that you cast a lot, and then that really causes problems. I wonder how the Vizier was able to make this restless spirit able to rest. I'm really curious about what's going on with that. That's true. So yeah, you can just as easily just make it bip there. I'm not worrying about picking up individual loot piles. That's something that's going to be able to be managed by completing the mission, which is going to happen shortly. Good old procs of fragility. I haven't done a fragility bar on this guy in a little while. Going back to familiar territory. Okay, this will get me the bonus. The rest of the spirit says, "Thank you, friend. I can finally rest in peace." It doesn't even pop up. Like, this is the other weird thing, is it just says stuff in local chat. It doesn't pop up above his head with anything. That's interesting. Again, I didn't know about that because I usually leave local chat off because I don't care to see random things that people are saying in it. But that guy happens to speak in it, and I to turn it on, and so I got to see it. So that's kind of interesting. Excuse me. Well then, let's go ahead and trigger the final escape sequence, shall we? Defend the Vizier while he summons a ship for your escape. Get on the boat when he is done. This is not a difficult bit here. Okay, savants. Enjoy a little bit of conditions. This part, I feel like I remember this part being vaguely difficult when I first played this game. Everything was harder back when it was just prophecies, just because A, we didn't have access to as much stuff to make it easier, like more skills, more heroes with good bars, but just better knowledge of the game as well. But like right now, Signet of Spirits and Bloodsong are over there kind of tanking. That's helpful. Erwin the Severe. What makes Erwin severe? I wonder. An interesting label. Some gold coins. Excellent. I believe it's getting close to being done. He's unsinking a boat. I describe it that way because it's kind of like the animation that's going through is like if it were a sinking animation but played in reverse. I'm going to turn Zen my on aggressor for the moment. I want her to be a little bit more proactive about going after targets. Maybe that boss is a little bit more in the middle. Somehow that doesn't sink the boat again, it going under the water there. I don't worry about it too much. Get on the boat. And then the cutscene has us get on the boat again. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, Amnoon Oasis. Excellent. This is where I wanted to be. Now I need to take care of a bunch of stuff in my inventory. You know, that's a thing going on. This is not Acolyte Sasuke's best area. We're going to get hit by a bajillion Chillblains. It's going to compromise his capabilities. I feel like there's... Oh, I love the music here in the Crystal Desert. I feel like there's... gotta be... like some amount of trade that happens in this particular area. Like this is the sort of spot where, because here's ore. Amnoon Oasis is over here. I mean, this is kind of way off in the middle of nowhere. I don't know. I won't worry about it too much. Yeah, I got some minor runes. Aeromancers. Okay, that's not terribly exciting. That's highly salvageable. It's also extremely low level, so 6 iron ingots was highly salvageable for whatever that weak thing was. Stalwarts. Hey! Thank you, Mana Guy. It works! Yay! 3 months. Currently on a 2-month streak. That's exciting. Well, welcome back. And thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, let's identify this. Major Divine Favor. And what's going on with these? Oh, it's highly salvageable. What am I going to get out of it? 19 iron ingots. Pretty good. They finally decided to let you come back. Oh, technology. Actually, maybe I wanted to salvage this. Yeah, I did. I don't really care about anything that I could get out of these ore collars, so I'm just gonna Get rid of them. Where is the... There's a rune person around here somewhere. I just know it. Do bones have any value right now? Bones is weird. They fluctuate. No, they do not have any value right now. Okay. I got plenty of bones. Okay. There's the merchant. The rune trader is up the hill. Lelu. A bunch of these guys are ghosts. Which is the thing. What is the elites here? Is it Mantra of Recovery? Word of Healing? I mean, it doesn't matter that much, but... Okay, that's kind of what I thought. Major Divine, not really worth anything. Stalwart, does that have any value? Yeah, okay, that has enough value. This armor piece is not worth anything. So... Aeromancers... Yeah, none of these are worth anything either. That's worth more than the armor it came from. Depressingly. Yeah, Warrior's Endurance, Ether Renewal. Neither of those are useful for a primary Paragon. Yeah, Marksman's Wager. I think it's Word of Healing. Word of Healing is obtainable all over the place, but... I'm not necessarily looking to start doing the missions right away anyway. Oh, the stuff is actually needs to be ID'd. Oh, well. Very good then. I think it's Mantra of Recovery, which is a reasonable skill. Let's see. There should be 6. So, Warrior's Endurance, Marksman's Wager, Mantra of Recovery, Word of Healing, Order of the Vampire. Yeah, that's Order of the Vampire. That one's actually not bad to pick up. Yeah, I wouldn't mind picking up that one. And Ether Renewal. Like, Word of Healing and Order of the Vampire are the only ones that I have any interest in on this character. The other ones are all primary attributes, so they are also known as worthless. There's a lot of blind that tends to happen out here, so I recall. I don't really care that much about most of the hexes. Most of the hexes out here are Parasitic Bond and therefore uninteresting. But there's a lot of blind spam out here, so I want to make sure I'm dealing with that. A lot of burning, too. Oh, yeah. Acolyte Sasuke, I want to drop as soon as he gets to level 20. This is just not a good area for him. This is something, actually, that I was talking about some on the Discord yesterday. It's just, like, Elementalist really wants some sort of, like, skill-based energy management, not just enchantment-based. I personally kind of like the idea of making Master of Magic a skill instead of an enchantment. I think that would be an interesting way of addressing the issue to an extent. It's like, oh, here's another option. But then I also like the idea of like figuring out some energy management skill to increase your strike level. So that way you could hit harder. This is the skill I want. Okay, these need to be swapped. Whoop, not those, these. There we go, that's better. Yeah, give me these jade mandibles. It's one of those areas. This area was really, really rough on Rex Templaris when I came in here. I had to contend with all of the blind spam and other nonsense. I really like it's just a fleshman for dealing with a bunch of conditions, though. Yeah, there's just too much Chillblade spam. You just can't keep your enchantments up. You need, like, the best option if you're Elementalist is Second Wind here for energy management. Because you just, there's too much Chillblades from Jade Scarabs. There are a couple of zones I think that don't have them. So you can get away with doing stuff there, but most of them it's not the case. Yeah, this area can be really rough on Warrior as well. Like, you really want to be Warrior Rangers for Antidote Signet, because the amount of blind spam is off the charts as well. Yeah. No, I remember from Rex Templaris, like, the monk options that you have are just not very good for henchmen. And at a certain point in time, they're especially egregiously bad, but... Okay, let's see. What's my pattern? Okay. No, not that one again. I accidentally clicked on the wrong one, trying to select on this one. Work with me, game. There we go. Don't know why that was being so difficult. Yeah. The thing is, you just don't have enough cleanse. The amount of traps here that just spam blind on you is really, really, really rough on Warrior. It's not as big of a problem on Ranger because you're at range, so you're not getting smacked by them, but... a huge problem on Warrior. Or Assassin, too. Or Dervish. Anybody that's going melee. Point. It's true. You're right. It is before you can switch. So if you didn't pick Warrior Ranger, you're kind of out of luck. Better hope you have a healing, friends. Does Lena have any... If she has any condition removal, it's Mend Ailment, and so it's just woefully inadequate. I got de-shotted on my fragility. That's not what I want. Yeah, because, like, your options for self-cleanse are, like, Antidote Signet, Mend Ailment, Purge Conditions, Purge Signet. And some of those have pretty long recharges. This is not a friendly place to be a warrior. Particularly prophecies only. Because, like, you might be able to get to the point where you can swap to, like, Ranger and other campaigns, but... Give me this horn. And if it's other campaigns, like, then it becomes less and less of an issue, but... Because you can bring, like, Mending Touch, or Remedy Signet as well, or... Grenth's Fingers? Whatever. The Dervish can transfer. No, it would not help. Sword Warrior back then. What was your secondary? What had you chosen? Because, like, Necromancer also helps you get rid of conditions with Plague Touch and Plague Sending. Ooh, a red die. Don't mind if I do. Whammo. Gotcha. So technically you could bring Mend Ailment, but... it's still not quite as good as of a fix as you would have liked. Let's see. So I guess Mesmer wouldn't help you against the blind, and Elementalist wouldn't help you against the blind. Necromancer and Ranger and Monk all could, though. Technically. Yeah, so you'd be doing Gash, or Sever Artery Gash. Yeah, and then they'd Plague Touch it back to you. As they so love to do. I'm getting a lot of Minotaur horns. Too bad they don't want Minotaur horns over there in the other lands. Yeah, good old Final Thrusts too. I don't tend to use it much just because it's so expensive, but it isn't arguably a potent skill. Which is why it costs so much. All of your adrenaline and 10 to start. Quite a lot. Ilona, land of the golden sun. I don't know, I was just thinking about that walking through here, because we're in areas that are, like, heavy preludes towards Ilona. Toriasa, back in Amnoon Oasis, who we got this quest off of, Sand of Souls, the ghostly hero there is Toriasa. He'll tell you all sorts of stuff with lore that super hardcore. Either he is super wrong, or they retconned a lot. Because he claimed that, like, Glint was the first being the gods created. Things like that. Either that, or else she is literally the first dragon minion, or something. I know, there's a lot where they could, like, try to work the lore, kind of massage it some. A great ritual priest Zamet. I need to go south here. I am he you wish to ascend, do you? Many have come before you, and all have failed. May the gods grant you the wisdom to light your way. 3 tests await you in the desert. Seek, and you shall find. If you talk to this guy, you can go to the Mesa area now, and you can get clues about where the missions are from the commanders of the ghostly, like, the ghostly army commanders. I don't know exactly how to describe them, but they are hanging out in that area, and you can go talk to them, and they'll be like, oh yeah, this is totally what you do to go to this area. What skill would you give me, Marchena? Mantra of Persistence. I am not particularly excited by Mantra of Persistence. I might look at some of the other skill options later. Do I want to stay on Fragility right now? Actually, I think I want to switch to... I mean, I might as well just bring Cry of Pain rather than that, because I'm not using that. Yeah, I'll just roll with this for the moment. I want to replace Acolyte Sasuke really badly, but I also want to get him to level 20, so here we are. I think I'm going to head over to Hero's Audience and just kind of do a good old desert tour. I don't know why I like the Crystal Desert better than a lot of the areas of Vavi, just visually. Or better than a lot of the areas in Alona, just visually speaking. It is somewhat similar to Vavi, actually. Okay, Zenmai leveled up, which is actually good. Glad for that. Oh, I did reach the Crystal Desert. That meant I should have grabbed some more skills. We'll fight these Minotaurs, and then I'll try to remember to do that. Yeah, I like Vabi. Korna and the Desolation are the areas that are really, like, big drags to me. There's just too much. And, like, it's one of those things where it's kind of like... It's not any one area. It's just, like, the totality of it is just, like, so visually similar. That I just kind of get, like, a little worn from it. Okay, I want a Prophecies general pack. Add one. Cool. Restore life in there. That's good news. Let's see. What all new stuff did we get? Touch of Agony. Not terribly exciting. Axe Twist is a garbage skill that exists for reasons beyond my understanding. Malign Intervention. It's an interesting one. Restore Life is a really nice pickup. Inspired Hex I'm really glad to see. As well as Divine Healing. Ooh, I got Peace and Harmony. That's really nice. North Mist, Rush, Crippling Anguish. I do like a Crippling Anguish. Crushing Blow is such a solid skill. Just a picture of a mace. Symbiotic Bond. Have all damage dealt to your pet is redirected to you. I just... Why isn't this two-way? This would be so much more exciting if it was two-way. Where's this symbiosis here? As it is, this is just parasitic bond. It just helps your pet, not you. Predatory Season, Bonetti's, Bestial Pounce. I like Gladiator's defense. More than it's actually good, to be clear. Watch Yourself. Victory is Mine is actually not bad in this team comp. Oh, I wonder if I could run... a Vim Ellie. That's a weird thought. Mantra of Signet, Defy Pain, Mantra of Recall. Ooh, Offering of Blood is kind of fun. Mantra of Recovery, Peace and Harmony, and then Mind Shock. Cool. Unfortunately, that tells me that I did not get Blood Ritual or BIP, because I would have seen them in the list, so here we are. I continue to not have those energy management skills. Make sure I save Imrahil's League. Okay, well, that's not going to change any of the builds I'm doing at the moment. I might tweak Zenmai later, but for right now, it's just time to wander on. Around this corner here would lead to where people would farm griffins, and I miss it so much. It was such a fun farm. Wish we still had it available. But I also understand why they got rid of it. It was botted heavily. I feel like balancing MMO economies has got to be really rough. Just figuring out where to put things, you know? Okay, Rockshot Devourer. Get that guy out of here. And then this one. Take that, Plague Touch. Can't Touch This is actually really useful here because of the amount of touch skills that those guys use. I do recommend it. Okay, I'm not too worried about a lot of this blind, but I can remove some of it. Yeah, it doesn't last that long. Okay. We could potentially take out Scarab Queen, but I really don't want to worry about trying to do so. I enjoy sort of the lore that they added with it, though, of like, this place has been so farmed that these scarabs are drawn to all the blood. And people promptly started farming the boss that they added to try to get the new green staff that it dropped. I think it's like a protection prayer staff, but I'm not positive. Where even is she out here? I don't remember. Somewhere out this way. Now I kind of want to go find her. There's still a few desert griffins hanging out. Yeah, there's Kefkat Marrow Feast. Touch of Guile's alright. Okay, Zen might come back, please. I appreciate you wanting to do something about this Scarab Nest Builder, but you're being a bit vigorous, dear. It does 80 damage as well, which is nice. If you get the knockdown first, which you can do with Dwarven Headbutt, it also just like shuts a physical attacker down for a good while. It's pretty strong. You have to be really careful here. These things are just sitting on just mounds and mounds of traps that they're just sitting there making. And then Kefkat's going to be really obnoxious. Good old Virulence. I'll show you what I think of that. Like, touch is actually really bad for them to use because transferring conditions off. It's a bad idea. I'm a little preoccupied in this battle now. Hello, J-Call, I think. My build is based on the fact that I have a limited pool of skills to select from. So I am doing a team build based on that. Also, I'm trying to level Zenmai and Acolyte Sasuke, except Zenmai's gotten leveled, so that's also impacting things. Did I get the boss? I did. Didn't drop a green. How disappointing. Okay, but like, maybe those guys can stop burning. That'd be good. And then my particular bar is just, I wanted to focus on some other things rather than Spirit Mastery, so. I'm doing so. Okay, well, we'll get Zenmai back up. Very quickly, in fact. Yeah, that's the problem with that, though. These guys drop such thick things of traps. You have to be really careful. Actually, I'm going to get Zenmai up first, because I would rather go that direction. Okay. Then I can get Raz up. Man, those things hurt like crazy. a good spot for restore condition. More so than my It's Only a Flesh Wound. It's Only a Flesh Wound does a nice job of like clearing everything very quickly because it has no activation time. But it's just a flesh wound. Like, they both have 2-second recharges. It's just a flesh wound, and does not heal the way Restore Condition does. And the healing from Restore Condition is particularly beneficial when you're getting slammed by conditions off of traps. Alas, I took down Kefkat and did not get the green. It happens a lot, though. Very interesting sort of encounter where it's like, oh, well, if you want to go fight this boss, you're going to have to deal with all these traps around. I do want to pick up Restore Condition. It's just going to require me to get a lot later into the game. But I do like having it available as an option. Oh, good. Didn't de-shot that. Fragility again. Having that happen to me a lot. All right, let's continue over to those legs. Nice set of crumbly legs in the distance. Yeah, and here comes the sand elementals. Fortunately, these guys can't bleed. Don't care that much about blind. They use eruption, so the main condition I expect to see from them is blind. I don't really care that much about blind on my casters, but I do on Jin and Sasuke, so trying to keep an eye on those. Although Jin is able to clean blind off herself with Antidote Signet, so it's not as big of a deal there. More scarabs. There, y'all can enjoy some additional degen and stuff. Anytime you feel like leveling up, by the way, Sasuke would be great. Absolutely superb thing for you to do. Sand elementals. Can't touch this is really useful against them as well because of their use of shock. Nope, let's not bother with those scarabs. There's a lot of pop-up enemies around here, but I'm not particularly interested in trying to fight them all. Let's put Jewel Stones off and over there. I'll drop a few things off. What does this lodestone want to become? Wood. That's what I was wanting. Ooh, good. Got to a stack. Okay. Let's just finish clearing out some of this inventory stuff, and then I can continue on. Making my way over towards, I guess, Dunes? Dunes is the general direction I'm headed. If I'm not mistaken. Okay, I think I do want to tweak Zenmai's build a bit, though. Although, realistically, I need to get her some runes. Okay, well, let's see what stuff I've got here first. I kind of want to go into tactics with her. Soldier defense. I do have Soldier Strike. Good, good. Yeah, I really need more skills here, but I just don't have a lot of options. Which is kind of annoying. Okay, let's just grab a few plat. Go back to the guild hall and get Zenmai some runes. Get some Sasuke some runes too while I'm at it. What is our current flux? Like a boss. That's like a King of the Hill? A tag sort of format or something? Okay, we're just gonna get her major critical strikes. Major dagger mastery. And then minor of the other two. And I think I actually want to go ahead and get her Infiltrator's insignia as well. Okay. Dagger here, critical strikes here. These other two can go wherever as well. I just want her to have the additional armor that comes from actually equipping some insignia. It'll open up her options though to have some more attributes invested. Minor energy storage here for our friends. And superior fire magic. I also often like minor water with that. Let me give him minor water. And you know what? He's fire. I'm just going to give him Pyromancer's insignia. Just slot these in. The most exciting part of the game. Slotting in stuff like that. Okay. Pop out of the guild hall again. Push my water around. Okay, let's go back to looking at bars. I'm gonna bring her down to like, I don't know. I want to get some tactics here. Sure, why not? Or I could go down to 8 critical strikes. That's the threshold. And go up to 11 tactics. Sure, why not? This is such a mediocre combo. I think what I'm going to do with her, honestly, is go... Do I have Unsuspecting? That would be kind of the best one here. I think I'm just going to go Exhausting Assault. And what are my lead options? Not plentiful enough, if you ask me. Black Gloves is not going to be very good, so I don't want to go with that one. I guess I can go Desperate. Go Desperate. Where is that? There it is. Yeah, if you have less than 80% health, you deal plus 60 damage. That seems pretty strong. I don't really want Critical Eye. I do want Gladiator's Defense, because I'm going a bunch of warrior stuff here. Gladiator's Defense, watch yourself. Soldiers, strike. This is a nice interrupt option. I guess, yeah, no, it just makes sense to just bring Wild Blow as a stance ender. I know, this is a weird, sort of nonsensical bar, but I feel like rolling with it. Yeah, I feel like rolling with it. I don't know. It is what it is. I think everything else is doing all right. She's doing fine. I mean, I'm not thrilled about bringing Akalai Sasuke, but I'm going to continue to bring him because I want to get him up to level 20. Okay, cool. We'll roll with that for now. Change Zen Mai up a bit, be a little bit more interesting. And let's continue on, shall we? Yeah, I think this should lead to vultures, right? Yes. Because Dunes is over in here. These guys are being really annoying. A lot of blind spam. From Eruption. Probably doesn't matter too much, but whatever. I wanted to use Watch Yourself anyway. I feel like most of her damage comes from soldiers striking things. Which is going to be unblockable a lot of the time, actually, just because I'm dropping enough House and Chance around. Need to go underneath. Oh, here comes some worms. How long is that going to last? 9 seconds? Fragility is pretty good against these worms, because they end conditions more quickly on themselves. It just gets a lot more triggers, and then there's armor ignoring damage on top of that, so. They're really annoying. I will grant you that. Just popping up, interrupting you. I think that I hate the Jade Scarabs more, though, because of the Chillblade spam. But them going underground and popping back up and knocking you down is definitely really annoying. Flashing Blades is better than Gladiator's defense by a lot, but Gladiator's defense is so cool and nostalgic. How can you not love it? An unreasonably large and impractical amount. Besides, Gladiator's defense doesn't require you to be attacking. That's a benefit, right? But yeah, if I had Flashing Blades, it would certainly be a better choice for her. Farming Hulking Stone Elementals. You mean in old Ascalon? I mean, they were technically a source of granite. I wouldn't call them a good one. With Gladiator's defense. Yeah, I have a bunch of... I don't even know what they're of, but I have a bunch of like old Guild Wars footage that's like AVI file format or something that I recorded with Fraps, and it's just taking up a bunch of space. You need to see about trying to convert it to a format that does not take up a bunch of space. Okay, I just kind of need to go south. And again, I don't remember what it was. Fraps was the thing back in the day. OBS has completely displaced it in my thing. I think it's still around, but I don't have a reason to use it over OBS. OBS is what I want without watermarks and stuff, and quite effectively at that. No, we got these guys too. I was kind of hoping we'd avoid them, but apparently not. Ooh, a tower shield. Well, and I remember using Gladiator's defense too back when I was farming the Griffins. And I've used it actually vaguely recently. Yeah, Shadow Play is something that I experimented with for a while as well. Oh. Okay, this is armor plus 10 versus blunt. Armor 16 requires 12 strength. Interesting. Yeah, made for. But it does have recording functionality, and I use it for that. I wasn't really trying to record video that much beforehand, so... That's my reasoning. One of those spots where you just can't quite keep up. There. I guess I'm technically still blinded, but I can fix that. I have Remedy Signet. Plus 10 armor versus dragons. Ooh, interesting. That's very specific. I guess it could be useful in some areas, though. Yeah, there's some of these good old desert griffins. These guys have, like, really simple skill bars. Which is why they're so good for farming. They gave reasonable rewards and died really easily. I Will Survive is such a bad skill. Ooh, near distant griffin wing. Well, I don't mind if I do. It's only slightly more useful in armor versus giants. Yeah, there's not a lot of giants either, is there? There should be a teleporter. I mean, there's a teleporter. That might be the teleporter that I want to. I'm going to walk over to it. Say hello. Introduce myself. Get familiar. It's taken a lot longer to get over here than I was expecting, but I've also not been, like, straight up running the entire time, so... I really love the music for here. It's such a mystical sounding song. Okay. Bring her back up. Wonder why she only has 23 energy. Oh, probably because her offhand requires 5 protection prayers and she has 4. That would probably be why. I should realistically get her new gear, but... I've been tremendously lazy about it. These guys aren't bleedable or poisonable, so that's definitely affecting things a bit here. Here we go. Dunes of Despair. Good. This is the next step in my journey, and Acolyte Sasuke got to level 20 in there somewhere, and I didn't notice, which is good. I'm going to boot him out of the party. And I think I'm just slotting Margaret here. I feel like some Margaret. I'm just going to double check to make sure I have 2 antidote signets. I think I do. But I'd rather not assume and be wrong. Okay, I have 3 antidote signets. Sweet. I'm rolling in antidote signets then. I don't know, this is some sort of weird team composition. I like it. Its weirdness. Needs more cracked armor, probably. A little bit of stretching. A little bit of stretching is good for you. I could go a really interesting route with Zenmai if I wanted to. That way. But I think I want to stick with this. Do I have malicious? Because I do have malicious. I mean, it's not super great here, so I'm not going to, but it's an interesting idea that I might want to try at some point. I'm going to leave Zenmai here. Let's see. What actually is... Okay, she needs better daggers pretty badly. These I'm saving for elsewhere. Here's a Fire Skull bow. She needs a new bow as well. I'll worry about their weapons at a future point. For now... Actually, you know, I should worry about their weapons right now. I kind of don't want to keep using this this bow here, in the sense that I don't want the fiery mod. I think I might just straight up replace it. I have a silencing bowstring hanging around anyway. I'm just going to replace that with a silencing bowstring that I've been having hanging around for ages because I don't need it anywhere else. And I'd rather her be dealing physical damage than fire damage because it's just useful. Well, I guess I'll give this to Margaret. Okay, let's put a silencing bowstring on here. Because then it deals piercing damage instead of that damage. I don't want this bow. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to use this on other things, so I might as well use it here. I'm going to go stop by the guild hall to get it customized, because I want the additional bits of damage. I don't know if I have a nice pair of daggers to use, but I can... Oh, you know what? I bet I have... Yeah, I have these ridiculous bronze daggers that have been floating around forever. I can just give those to Zenmai. I like that plan. Yeah, these have been floating around for ages. So let's just customize those. And then Margaret can use this crippling longbow. And Zenmai can get rid of these weak sai. Do I have dagger tangs that I'd want to give to her? Well, I could pull the silencing off of this. That's not a bad idea. Okay, let's pull the silencing off of that. Because I don't need it elsewhere. I don't think. I'm going to give him here. That way she can have some silencing bronze daggers of fortitude. They are dyed purple. which is on brand. Hooray for feathers! Okay, while I'm here, I might as well just merchant off these two things. I don't care about this tower shield. Huh, 3 plat. Oh yeah, I had some lying around from when I was buying runes. That's right. I do want to get her new stuff, but I'm probably just going to buy that or craft that later. He could probably stand a better staff, but that's fine. Okay, now they are well equipped, so that's good. That'll make things go a little bit more smoothly, just having them dealing better damage. Yeah, and then Pin Down is an additional condition that we can get on some stuff, which is good. Although she can cripple with Minor Shot. That is relevant to keep in mind. Okay, right, I wanted to use There's Nothing to Fear. Maybe I should grab one of those mods for this. I'll think about it. There's a lot of blind that happens in the Crystal Desert, so it's important that I keep up my It's Just a Flesh Wound. Although, again, a bunch of ranger stuff does make it easier to deal with. Okay, there. This one, this one, this one. Boy, this stream can be described as getting the Crystal Overlook the long way. I mean, I've done other things than that, but there's been a lot of that. That's the direction I'm going, for those who didn't know. I'm heading towards the Crystal Overlook. Worm. Ah, it wasn't too bad. We've got reasonable damage going on here. This team is a lot stronger than you'd get off of henchmen in this area, let me tell you. I still would love to be able to get Aiden, Devona, Menlo, Sign, etc. as henchmen. You know what? I want them as Everlasting Tonics. Where's my Everlasting Menlo tonic? Where is it, ArenaNet? My Everlasting Sin tonic. That one would be popular, I bet. There's a lot of Everlasting tonics I'd enjoy. A lot of the things that they use as disguises would be kind of fun. I'd love an Everlasting Jade Brotherhood tonic, as an example. But here we are. We don't have those things. What other? I don't know. I feel like there's just a lot of cool options other than heroes. Everlasting Elementalist Azure. They do have some cool ones. Shido is an example. Prince Rurik. Prince Rurik is a cool one. A lot of them are just like, here's a hero, you can look like the hero. As I've said, it would have been really cool if the hero ones took whatever the current armor skin that you had on them was for hero armor and used that. There's just this random Shining Blade material crafter just out here in the middle of nowhere for some random reason. They do make Elonian leather squares, which is appropriate. They also make Deldrum or steel ingots if you need those. And Spiritwood planks, which you do not need. Although, this Christmas, coming to a wherever the heck Nicholas the Traveler is, where he wants those. Griffin's Mouth, I think. He will be taking Spirit Wood Planks. So, that's cool. And then they will return to not being super useful for like 2 or 3 years. I'm pretty sure it was this year. Like December 21st, that week. Yeah, we're going to see those again, I think. Let's see, is it over here? Yeah, there's the Forgotten Guardian. These guys love to spam Vile Touch. Their Vile Touch spam is legendary. 300? Yeah, double check it, but I was looking at Spiritwood Planks the other day. Is it just one word for Spiritwood? Is Spiritwood Plank. Yep. Nicholas the Traveler won Spiritwood Planks in Griffin's Mouth on the 21st December 2020, that week. So I wish they had more use. You can technically spend a couple of them to make a thing. Here's the Crystal Overlook. You'll notice it's a lot paler out here. Somewhere around here, there's supposed to be a ghost that I can talk to, but I think it's over that way a little bit more. We'll have to fight through a few Jinn. We should be okay. We are a little bit light in our party, being only a 6-person party. I'm not too worried. The drop Spiritwood Planks. Yeah. Spiritwood Planks, like, it just feels legitimately weird to me that they just don't have that much use. Because it feels like something that should be quite useful, but just isn't. Oh, we need to get out of here. Okay, the good news is we're killing these guys super quickly. So we actually have pretty good damage, despite what you might think. You can vanquish the Crystal Desert. If you want to come off of this zone, you can go to the Crystal Desert and vanquish it with an 8-person party, by the way. Which is potentially useful, or would be potentially useful if it wasn't like such a long trek out here. And the Crystal Desert is actually... It doesn't have large enemy groups. The Crystal Desert has a lot of like smaller enemy groups, and it's very like densely sparse in the sense that for the most part enemies aren't on top of each other. There's just an awful lot of groups of them. There's a lot of small groups really spread out. It can be quite annoying. I need to get up there is where I'm trying to get to. I wonder what that smiths. I don't want to fight both of these groups at once. I'm going to actually drop that on that guy. Having multiple rangers actually really helps dealing with this elemental damage. And all of the antidote signal also helps, actually, now that I think about it. Zen Mai. There we go. Yeah, you can see Cripple doing some work there. Nice. And that burning in a whole half second earlier? Is she? Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I would love to have body shot on her, but it's just not really in the cards. It might be Shanra down there. Yeah, that's the person I need to talk to. Apply Poison uses a lot of energy, so that's definitely going to be part of it. Crossfire also can eat stuff up. I could potentially solve it by bringing Zealous Anthem. But okay, well, let's go look at a quest that I may have done once before or something. I want to talk to Roriku first. Roriku? Just to see if this guy crafts anything interesting. Ah, this guy makes energy +5 gear. That's kind of cool. And stance shields, it looks like. Energy +5 while enchanted. Caster gear. I'm noticing you make a lot of staves, but do they not make mini wand stuff? That might be more of a factions thing. Long ago, my family traveled from our home in Vabi, following the footsteps of the great Tri-Asa. We fell ill after passing through an area with an awful smell and yellow haze, and I died at this very spot. My daughters hastily buried me and continued north. I do not know what happened to them, but I can feel my husband's grief and anguish from across the desert. Please, go to my husband. He wallows in his guilt, and his spirit is bound to the land. I wish to release him from his anguish, but my spirit is bound here. Well, I will free your husband from his guilt. Family Soul. This quest requires you to have Guild Wars Prophecies to be able to do it. Which I actually really like that connection. Alright, those dudes are kind of bunching up. Allows us to slip past them, which is nice. Allows us to slip past them, which is nice. Okay, well, she's being absolutely wrecked by crippling anguish here. Okay, I guess we didn't slip past them. So, here we are. Dealing with some nomadic giants. These guys are so obnoxious. Yeah, take that. No ballad for you. Hey, Down on Stick. Apparently so. Hope you're doing well today. Okay, but like... There we go. I'm gonna say, can you please keep Zenmai from degenning to death? It's actually silver. But yeah, silver and white. Good, good. Okay. Back to the Arid Sea. I do enjoy coming over here and just being like, oh yeah, this is not actually connected to anywhere over there that I've been. Kind of fun. And you can see the statue over there. So this is not very far at all from the Arid Sea. This is really cool. I love things like that that make the world feel like a more connected place. I guess we're fighting some Jinn here. Don't know how we missed him the first time out, but somehow we did. I don't know why she wasn't using Gladiator's defense right away, but here we go. Okay, take care, Mana Guy. Thanks for dropping by. Good spend time with you. Have a good sleep. All right. So, I wonder if you could make an interesting tan color with, like, brown and white. Just thinking of the sand color, you know? Yeah, it creates some weird stuff, doesn't it? What happens when you, like, Desperate Strike, Exhausting Assault, because I don't have an offhand attack. So I can get, you know, Soldier Strike and stuff. Yeah, it's very weird. I love the weird builds that I end up with. Yeah. All of the... Okay, that guy died before he could Giant Stomp, which is good. Nothing like it's just a flesh wound. Bleached bones. I think I need to go talk to these bleached bones. If I remember rightly. Yeah, it is. Why did we come here? My daughters have grown sicker each day, and nothing I can do will save them. At night, I see the gleaming eyes of creatures that wait just outside the firelight for me to fall asleep, so they can feed on my little ones. Their mother, dead these last 2 weeks, will curse me from her shallow grave, but I have no choice. Tonight, the soup will contain enough choke root to put the girls to sleep once and for all. When they are safe once again, I will eat of it myself, for I will not face the morning without them. Rotal, I have spent an eternity swallowed by guilt. Now I only wish for forgiveness. You saw my wife? How I miss her so. Her compassion calms my restless spirit, but I cannot rest, knowing the fate of our precious daughters. Long ago, in an act of mercy, I helped my daughters achieve eternal rest, to escape the disease and heat of this awful desert that is eating away at their bodies. But the eyes of something horrible were watching and waiting to devour not just their bodies, but their souls. It was the Scarab Queen. I saw her devour them whole, trapping their souls to feed upon for eternity. I see her even now, feasting on the remains the desert provides. You must save them. Strike down the Scarab Queen, and free the souls of my daughters from their eternal torment. Well then. Oh, this is, Strike down Kefket Marrow Feast and Prophet's Path. Oh, okay. I can do that. I mean, I did do that earlier. Man, that's crazy that they have a quest in Nightfall to go kill a boss in Prophecies that they added later because of Griffin farming. Yeah, it's better to just go over there, I guess. Yeah, let's just go over here and go around. I actually kind of want to try changing Zenmai up a bit, because I have a really wacky idea for her in the land of rangers. Probably have terrible energy, but we'll see. Okay, Zenmai, I want to make you /ranger, and I want to give you about 10 wilderness survival. There, a bit more in critical strikes. Because I want malicious strike, and then I want to switch over to jagged. And then, do I have 2 copies? I have like 3 apply poisons, yeah, okay. I want apply poison, I want antidote signet, and I want Melander's resilience. Let's see, is there anything else Like, this is a spot where I'd, like, want to give her a proper dagger chain, but I don't have a proper dagger chain. So it's just going to be this weird nonsense. Yeah, because I have 3 antidote signets. I think with this much antidote signet, I can probably actually drop or change my bar around some as well. Here's Assassin. I do like the idea of keeping, of like some sort of interrupt or shadow step or... You know what? You know what? I can just slot these points in Deadly Arts and give her Iron Palm. That sounds reasonable. There. I don't know what sort of nonsense bar this is, but here we are. How long does that last? That's 14 seconds. 15 at that. That doesn't get me that much meaningful in critical strikes. Yeah, I'd rather go up to 10, stay at 10 wilderness survival just for weakness protection. Okay, this is some sort of weird bar. Not going to be good against things that don't bleed, but like she's applying a lot of conditions. Acolyte Jin's applying a lot of conditions. A lot of the same conditions, but never mind that. Okay, and then I can probably drop... it's just a flesh wound on account of... Like, half of my party has antidote signet, so it becomes a lot less exciting in that situation. I can grab the power's yours, but I don't really need more energy management, do I? I don't think so. This is one of those situations where kind of the skill that I want doesn't exist. Like, I probably just don't have. Let's just slot in Crippling Anguish, I guess. That doesn't hurt anything. I mean, it does hurt something, that's the point, but you know what I mean. What skill do you have, Jorn Kudube? Arcane Conundrum. I think I already have Arcane Conundrum. I do. I'll potentially do his quest, but I'm not going to do it as a Mesmer. Yeah, I would like a different elite. I don't really need to be attacking faster. I don't really feel like I need Song of Purification. Song of Restoration maybe is not a bad idea. I kind of just want Zealous Anthem. I don't know, this is a weird spot where it's like, I don't really have an elite that I want. Because I want this to be able to help energy manage the 3 physical attacking heroes. So, you know what? If you don't have an elite that you want, I guess you just don't bring an elite. Like, this is energy management. Fragility is my main, like, thing. There's Nothing to Fear is really good. I want the resurrection skill. So, here we are. I guess I'm just going this way about it. Feels a bit weird, but here we go. Then Zealous Anthem can provide him with energy, which is important. Ooh, I gained a skill point. Excellent. And this is just going to give her a lot of resiliency against stuff, so that's really nice. We are a bit more vulnerable to blocks, I guess. She no longer has her anti-block skills, but I don't know, it doesn't seem like a huge deal to me. Wary Stance is not hard to deal with. You just don't use attack skills, and it doesn't do anything. This is going to help a lot against Kefkat and all of the conditions that are just going to get spammed like crazy on her. Hello, Rept Parnfreg. Heck of a name. Yeah, the big threat here is the regular old Hydras. Although thankfully my team is like a lot ranger, which dramatically decreases the danger of these guys. A lot, as you might be able to tell. An awful lot, apparently. Yeah, no, we don't need you aegising. Good catch. One of my rangers. Good catch. Yeah. Good old memories of farming Minotaurs in Lona Reach. I enjoyed doing that back in the day. I love it when all sorts of like little things come together to make a build work. I mean that's what it called it. That I'm playing in English, so some draconic aspects. Parnfreg? Nail tooth and claw. Erupt Parnfreg. I have no idea. That's an interesting observation, but in terms of like, yeah, I don't know offhand. It doesn't sound like anything to me. It just sounds like random nonsense. Bleached bones. Are these the daughter's bones? Doesn't look like it. Talking about the teleporters there. Treg plots against me, and for that I can't blame him. I welcome his blade in my back, and I only hope the gods don't judge me too harshly when I reach the other side. The heck happens to Raza? Wow, Zenmai is like... There we go. I don't know why the AI wasn't just popping Melania's resilience the instant she got a thing on her, but... Oh my goodness. Look at how much energy regeneration Zenmai has. That is amazing. The AI did her a disservice by using Antidote Signal there, frankly. Man, there's so many dudes here. Blacklight Jin, what the heck were you doing all the way over there? Okay, we just need to like take some dudes down. She needs to be a lot smarter about using Lander's Resilience. It's a very useful skill. And I was allowed to get that off, which I am grateful for. I want to try to get Raza back up here. We'll probably have to... Yeah, we're going to have to come back. That's fine. Man. The amount of energy regen she's getting. Ah, apparently it's still unknown whether or not all Hydras have such a name. Makes sense. All Hydra bosses have a 3-part name with one name representing each head. Oh, that makes sense. Some or all of them are distorted and are reordered phonetic versions of common expressions. For example, nail, tooth, and claw is a phonetic rendering of the idiom nail, tooth, and claw. Yeah, I certainly am not familiar with other ones being that. Man, so many traps here. We just like super over aggroed. Roll me go hinga. Chakak schwack. Yeah. Garfluskderg. Duke swim plague. Yeah, some of those are pretty weird. I still don't know why Zenmai is so uniquely terrible at actually activating Lander's Resilience. Oh my goodness. She has so many conditions on her. It gives her like infinite energy. It's crazy. Okay, Kefkat. Let's get this thing down. Oh, Market Protection boss. That explains some things. Market Protection would actually be probably kind of good against her. Quack spec. Definitely some unusual names, that's for sure. Ah, Contemplation of Purity. There we go. I want to collect all of these standing gold coins because there's an awful lot of them. Yeah, Sucker is one of those skills that, like, seems alright, but I don't really play with much, like, at all. Okay, then I have to go see Shanra for my reward, which means going back over to the... Yeah. Alright, I get you. I get you, game. Is it easier to go from... Let's just go from Dunes. Suppose. Makes as much sense as anything. Yeah, okay. Do I want to tweak anything before I go over that way? I don't think so. I think I'm fine. All right. I want to get this quest turned in. Ha, take that, throw dirt. And that'll help with hexes that get thrown on her. A lot easier to deal with throw dirt when you're in, like, most of your party can just self-remove conditions, you know? Alright, yeah. Like, I find aggressive is just a really good way to get into fights with everything in the area, and it's just really annoying. So I prefer to avoid doing that. I do. Why does it like to route me through there when it clearly knows I have this portal? And knowledge of this portal. It's very weird to me. It likes to try to send me through the northern route when the southern route is just quicker and closer and more proximate. They are a weird design decision. I agree. Makes it a very odd place to navigate. There we go. And Fragility got to do good work against a worm again, which I like. I don't know. It's 5 p.m. on Friday. Just make it a lot. They need to be able to grind their food to dust. I assume. Or maybe they were inspired by sharks. Sharks have rows of teeth, so that way they can replace their broken ones. From what I recall, anyway. It's been a while since I looked too closely at sharks, but... Sharks are cool. I like hammerheads, in particular. The sharpened teeth. Yeah, okay. They need to serrate the flesh of literally every living thing. That's probably the real explanation. So less grind and more shred. Oh, ooh. You could throw a block of cheese in there and get shredded cheese. Permanent hole of infinite toothitude. Yeah. So much tooth. Absolutely, like, just set with so many teeth. If it's a circle with a bunch of teeth. I choose not to worry about such details. But don't they usually, like, give them, like, little flappy thingies? I don't know. I'd have to look at the worm model again. I wasn't paying that much attention to its mouth. Very carefully, I think, is the actual answer. You close your mouth very carefully. Ooh, excuse me. Not looking forward to fighting a bunch of Jinn again. This team is not great against Jinn. The dart traps in Eye of the North. Yeah, maybe. Desolation, please. Yes. I need to go to the Desolation so I can go turn in this quest to the ghost that's hanging out. Waiting. See Shanra for my reward. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, my party's definitely hampered by not being able to poison and bleed these things. It is what it is, but it's unfortunate, is what it is. Yeah, there you go. Anti-prot spirit worm overmouths. Exactly. That's why they become necromancers in Eye of the North, right? To represent their vampiric bite abilities. That'd be really funny if they had like a death by 1,000 cuts type skill. That was just 1,000 1 damage packets or something. Or like it attacks you and it just hits you for like 1 damage. Like so many instances of like 1 damage. It'd be hilarious. Excuse me. I really wish I fell asleep more quickly last night, but I did not. I don't know what the story behind this random restless dead in the graveyard is. I feel like there is a story, but I just don't know it. Oh. Carissa and Memo. Well, that's good news. Good news indeed. One damage on 50 times, 30 of the HP for normal character, 3 times out of 55 more. Price and Spirit of Union. Spirit of Union would absolutely get obliterated by a bajillion tiny packets. It just, yeah. They just get shredded. Absolutely shredded. Oh, and imagine barbs. If you had barbs on you and then you're hit by that. If it counts as an attack, your displacement would be gone too. Yeah. And if you had barbs on you, you'd just explode. I feel bad about leaving Papa alone in the desert, but Memo and I wanted to find Mama. I want to tell Papa how much I love him, and that I forgive him. I know Papa did what he did because he loved us with all his heart. By the end, I was so sick I wanted it to end. I welcomed death, and I would have been content in the afterlife had that monster not eaten my soul. Look at my daughters. Are they not beautiful? My heart sings now that I am reunited with them. After you slew the beasts that bound their spirits, they journeyed here to tell me of their fate. I now know what happened following my death. I was shocked to hear what my husband did, and while I may never be able to forgive him for killing our daughters, I know in my heart it was an act of mercy and love. I cannot hate him for it. Soon, my daughters and I will travel to Rotal's resting place. and show him we are still a family. Oh, now I have to go over there and see if they do. Yeah, winnowing. I was unable to finish the journey to the Crystal Desert with my family. I only wish I could have been there for them to help ease their suffering and assuage their fears. Hi, random Ascension Pilgrim. Farewell, and cure the Asa line. May it end with Varish forever. Yeah, you get the idea that Trios was a bit reckless and a bit arrogant as well, in thinking they were the chosen and all of that. Bump. Okay, well, let's go back to the Crystal Desert and see about chatting to the see if they arrive at that ghost again, because I want to see this. That's a cool thing. A cool thing, I say. It'll take a little bit to walk there. Let's see. Probably wouldn't hurt to bring the Signet skill. Really, the true chosen were some random dudes recruited arbitrarily by order of the king to fight lion people. Yeah. It's true. The real chosen were from Ascalon. Okay, Forgotten Guardian. Get me back over onto the other side of this, please. Yes, we are ready. Back to the Arid Sea. Good old Char. Causing problems. Okay, I guess we're fighting these giants. Yeah, I know, right? What a ridiculous notion. Absolutely preposterous. So can I find them here or not? This is what I'm curious to find out. Doesn't look like it. I'm gonna look up that quest. Family Soul. Requirements. Gildor's prophecies installed on the account. Travel to the Arid Sea and Tyria, find the bones of Shanra's husband, investigate Rodol's bones. Shanra will no longer spawn after this quest is completed. Yeah. I'm standing next to her. Yeah, it remains incomplete until Nightfall is released. The quest can be completed at the same time as the Kefket Marrow Feast Zyshan quest. Yeah, this is one of the very few quests requiring you to kill a pre-existing boss, which I think is really kind of cool. Yeah, alright. And Shanra, I'm just looking to see if she... Okay. So it looks like they never actually get over here, which is unfortunate. It would have been neat if they spawned here after completing that quest, but... Oh well, that's just not the case. What now? Now I think this might be a good moment to take a short break. Before journeying on. That sounds like a good plan. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take a short break. So I will be back in just a couple of minutes. You know, not long. Just a short break. Okay. Dance. And BRB. Okay, I have returned. I am the back. Let's see. I think what I want to do now is make my way to Thirsty River because I kind of want to do that one first. For reasons. Very specific reasons. Oh, that is already identified. Cool. And I have a lot of dust apparently built up. I guess a decent amount of dust. I'm not going to worry about it. This is bones, probably. This might be metal. Yeah, metal. What I'm always looking for. Okay, right, so what's the best way to go here? I usually go up to Destiny's and then down, so I could do that. I could also try to go across the Arid Sea again, but if I want to do that, I should have done that already. Let's go up towards Destiny's Gorge. I think that's probably the best path through here. Actually, I don't feel like I need Energizing Core, so I'm going to switch that over to Lyric of Zeal, because I think that's going to help my caster's energy a bit more, which I would like to do. You wouldn't be surprised if non-humanoid bosses were somehow explained in Guild Wars 2. Not quite sure what you mean by that, actually. Oh. Hello. What? The journey took my daughter, my friends, and finally my life. I never expected to rest in peace, but now it seems I finally might. While I was still alive, the sight would bring a tear to my eye. Thank you for guiding me to my promised land. Oh, right, these people. Oh man, I forgot about them. That's cool. Though it cost me my life, I'm grateful that these dead eyes can rest on the land we sought to find. Thank you, friend. Because of you, we finally reached our destination. Though it cost me my life, I'm grateful these dead eyes can rest on the land we sought to find. Yeah. I remember these people. These people were, these were the pilgrims that wanted to get to, the Crystal Desert, and I helped them, and now they're here. That's awesome. I love that. That's the sort of thing that's like super cool, and that I really appreciate them having in the game. Ow. Y'all dropped a rock on me. I kind of didn't like that much. Thankfully, this team is somewhat more durable than some I've had the experience of bringing through here. Also, decidedly more rangery, which is helping a lot. This is not the best fragility team. I'd need to have ways of ending conditions. I could potentially go a different direction with Zenmai if I wanted to do that, now that I think about it. I'm going to just use this to gain some energy. Because why not? Do I have elementalists? Earth. No. I was just scanning to see if I had under Earth Crystal Wave, which removes enchantments, but I don't, so. It would have been convenient. Or it removes conditions, excuse me, from enemies. Crystal Wave pairs super well with Fragility, so if you are wanting to do stuff that way, I do highly recommend it, but pairs especially well with Shockwave, actually. It's a good combo. Energy's definitely a bit tighter than it was with the other one, but that's alright. I think I can just go around this way still. Yeah, Reap Impurities is a good choice too. It doesn't get all of them, which is where Fragility is particularly handy, but Fever Dreams, Fragility, Reap Impurities, the standard array of Dervishy, Condition Spreadage. Yeah, Dervishes are pretty good for Fragility. Probably would actually be a better choice than Zenmai, but I'm enjoying doing weird stuff with Zenmai, so here we are. Destiny's Gorge is down the water. I'm just like, I need more like condition like toggling to be able to get maximum damage out of Fragilities and anything. Yeah, because you get 3 conditions off of Shockwave, and then Crystal Wave is a follow-up and strips them all. So it's a really potent mixture that I find I quite like when I'm doing Fragility teams, generally speaking. Okay, I want to get down into the water over here and then follow that along. The huge difference between the adrenaline amounts I've got going on here. More than I was expecting, actually. So 15-second recharge, unfortunately, for the combo. But the Ellies can keep busy by spamming the usual Ebonhawk, Stoning, Glowstone slow combo. Yeah, that's definitely an option. I'll typically actually stick it on like an Assassin or a Dervish or something. That is just a melee attacker. Because you're getting most of your damage off of the Fragility spike anyway. So. Earthquake. Where's the Sandrake? Oh, we must have gotten it. Good job, random spirit. Yeah, you have enough energy throughput on both of those professions. Or you can build them to have enough that it works. You need some agility. I need to not stand in those, though. Alright, and then this guy. It's funny, I've actually run low attribute wilderness survival just to make apply poison short duration for fragility. Yeah, I really like Shockwave. And I like its design as well. Designed to yeah, that would actually be pretty strong for triggering fragility even without Crystal Wave. So that would work pretty well. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because then you're doing it for more complex reasons. You have to sometimes be fairly aggressive about telling them that they need to go attack, don't you? Minor inspiration, please. Or challenge at that point, if you get one, is do you sell it or do you use it? And Wanderers. Maybe I should just switch that to the power is yours. That's actually sounds like a really good plan. I'm just going to do that. Okay, Destiny's Gorge. I want to head south here. This will lead me over to the Scar. Loner Reach is over here. And then there's the outpost that's up that way. Hero's Destiny. No. Hero's Audience, Destiny's Gorge. I forget what that one is. Yeah, extended conditions in Hypochondria. Mm-hmm. Yep, that is a good way to go about it as well. There's a couple of different ways around here. I don't know this map super well. I'm trying to recall it from the Vanquish that I did a while back. Hey, Desert Griffins. Mm-hmm. Makes sense that they'd cap it, though. Gives all of my allies 1 energy, so... Man, you know what'd be really cool? If at 16 motivation, the powers yours gave 2 energy regeneration for 3 seconds. Generates exponential growth. I see, yeah. But then it just runs into 12-hour condition duration. That's hilarious. But it will practically cap at what are they using? Are they using an int or a short or trying to remember my way through this map. I feel like I've often gone through the interior, but I'm pretty sure there's an exterior route too. Well, when I say that, I mean 16-bit or 32-bit. Yeah, C# is more specific. C# shorts are always 16-bit, ints are always 32, and longs are always 64. But I suspect you tend to work in stuff where it's a little bit more likely to be ambiguous. Now, does it depend on the target platform? I'm always used to working in a system where it is pretty reliable. Yeah. You could always just use the specific types though, like the uint 32 and things like that. I forget exactly what they are offhand. They do have those versions as well. Although I think there's like some underscore int underscore things in C++ that can give you specific sizes. It's not something I've ever really looked at. Yeah. It's the sort of thing that I don't tend to think about much just because I am always just kind of going for PC. Okay. That gets pretty long. That's not a... That's 4 odd billion seconds. I'm not quite sure how long that actually works out to in practical terms, but... This river is kind of like the southeastern end, I think? No giant stomp. Oh, what is it measured in? Is it measured in ticks or something? I just assumed it was measured in seconds. Oh, yeah, because you would probably want it to be in 10 millisecond accuracy. Interesting. Okay. So 4 billion divided by 100. Yeah, that's an interesting way of doing pseudo-fractional second measurements. Because that's 100th of a second, right? Hello, Hour of the Owl. Welcome. Yeah, I don't know those inner working details. 10 microseconds accuracy, I believe. Yeah, I don't know. It is an interesting idea though of like just counting, because you could count milliseconds to an extent. I mean, it depends upon all sorts of random other factors, but I don't know. I'm not the best expert on some of the nitty-gritty, low-level details of CPU architecture things. I've always focused a little bit more high level than that, typically. Yeah, those wonky guys. Yeah, because then there's like the wide character format specifier, which is a really wonky looking dude as well. I don't know why Zenmai is refusing to go fight that thing. There's the Crimson Carapace shield. 2 bleached shells for that bad boy. Just good old stance shield. I really like the Crimson Carapace skin, so. This is a lot of enchanteds. Vestibule glove type for the that's at least 16 bits long. Yeah, I see. You work in embedded systems, is that right? Or work with? I like that the power is yours. Gives me 8 energy. It's very handy. It's not quite as good for my allies as Lyric, though. Yeah, so it's a very different... like, you have a lot more hardware-specific considerations that you're, like, aware of. Because you need to know that sort of thing. So do people who do, like, high-level optimization stuff as well. Or not... When I say high-level, I mean intense. Or, like, highly skilled, not... Because programming languages are also referred to in high versus low level. Where low-level languages are like assembly, for example, and high-level languages are like C# is a good example of higher level. But yeah. Especially when you have to have very tight memory concerns, you really, really need to make sure you're... Why did I use Cry of Pain then? What I want to know is... This is a random, like, Guild Wars thing, but, like, why do energy costs come in very specific buckets? Right? Because they come in 0, 1, which 1 was added later, but 0, 1, 5, 10, 15, and 25. And they don't come in, like, 7, as an example, of a cost that I think would be useful to have. And I cannot imagine it's for technical reasons. Of where they're like indexed into this energy cost. That just seems preposterous to me. So the only explanation that I can think of is they're doing it to try to like simplify comparisons between stuff. But it's always kind of bothered me that they don't have like a 7, because I feel like there's a lot of skills that I want at like 7 energy. Here's Thirsty River, by the way. Just going around like this to get to it. Bit mapping for compression. Yeah, but like, I don't know. It's something where it feels like, I don't know. Because, like, I suppose you might want to do some confirmation on... Instead of making a class for skill, you just use 32-bit int, and each bit is a flag that sets some aspect of the skill. Yeah. That's the sort of thing that... Because I know that they do a lot of bit work for the template codes. For encoding template codes. I don't remember the details of it anymore, but you can look it up, I think, on the wiki. It's certainly in the codex generator, but I just copied and pasted it from elsewhere. Yeah, when you said bit mapping at first, my brain was thinking like an image file, so I was very confused. But yeah, so it's like I could see where they would be like 0 for 0 energy, 1 for 1 energy, 2 for 5 energy, 3 for this much for 3 for 15. Is it? Are we at 15 at this point? But like at that point, you're at 2 bits. So then you go up to 3 bits for 4 to be able to index on the next one. So there would be a few more, even if they're doing bits like that to kind of synchronize stuff. Yeah, I know, definitely. Like, I imagine that they did a lot of stuff. But the thing is, I don't even know that you necessarily need to transmit a skill's cost versus, like, just have it in the client. Because the client could know that information. But it's a matter of, are you going to trust client-side information and whatnot? But you could also just have the... Because you just pass the skill index, and then you can have in the database meant to work on 56K dial-up and be playable. Yeah, for sure. Like, they did impressive stuff to make it incredibly, like, efficient on their end. I'm going to just move this pommel and just store more dust over here for now. I don't think I need this Wanderer's stuff. Okay, I do want to... Yes, it did have to work on Fat 32. I mean, it's an old enough thing. Like, I remember when they did a post about, oh, we have to make this change so it won't work on Windows 95 anymore. Sorry. It's like, what? It was for, I think it was for the 2auth stuff. Yeah, they did a lot of really impressive compression and, like, storage stuff. It's really quite amazing what they were able to pull off with it, in my opinion. Yeah, it could make sense. But you still have to have some way of translating those values, right? And that's kind of like part of it, too. I don't think Wanderers is worth anything, but I don't know for sure, so I'm just going to double check. Okay, it is worth exactly zilch like I thought. It would seem a bit extreme. But it wouldn't surprise me if the website, the amount of space that the wiki takes up is greater than the Guild Wars DAT. That seems very likely to me. Okay, I want to be /necromancer here. And, ooh, you know what that means I can do? I can bring necrosis. I also want a signet of capture. And realistically, I want some blood magic. About 10, maybe. And drop the rest into motivation. It makes that 7 energy. Seems fine. I could alternatively... 5 energy is not hugely off. I could go... I think I like going into leadership more, because that'll give me more energy back from this, right? Yeah, it caps at 8, and it's 2 per ally, so that works. Yeah. Hello, Hour of the Owl. What am I doing, like, bar-wise? Or, like, in the game? I don't know. That needs more specificity. I will try to answer the question if I had some specificity to work with. Yeah, okay, so I can just spam the powers yours necrosis. That seems good. Right, let's go do Thirsty River. Oh, wait. I should swap to... Order of the Vampire. Which is why I have blood magic. Good question, though. For sure. Yeah, if I had a blood wand, I would use it right now, but I don't. I just have the one illusion scepter, which I need a better inscription for, incidentally. I will enjoy the energy. Means I'm not worrying about applying fragility to things, and I have some direct damage, which is cool. I mean, most of my team is physical attackers, so it's only 5 energy for Order of the Vampire. It's not that expensive. And I kind of want to auto attack and use the powers of yours anyway, so it'll work out pretty well. And these things are annoying. Yep. That's what happens when you... You know what? I could probably increase the damage a little bit. I have 3 Spear Mastery now. Brilliant. Again, if I had like a Blood Magic Wand, I'd use that. I just don't on this character yet. What do I even have going on over here? Not much. I probably just want to get this guy a massive bag so I can carry the huge quantity of... things that I want to bring. Yep. It'd be great. And ridiculous. Greatly ridiculous. Okay, Ghostly Hero. Time to get going. Yeah, it is. Like, Order of the Vampire is not a bad skill. It's just not as good as Order of Pain for the most part. Defeat Goss Alish's team, which is the same boss that we find actually in the Dunes of Despair mission. Okay, these guys are taking a weird route through here. I'm not used to them going this way. Okay, please stop spamming me with nonsense. How is this Forgotten Champion capable of getting conditions? I'm very confused by this. I mean, I understand some conditions, it's just not that many. Our damage is going to go up a lot once I capture that elite, by the way. This is a very slow trundling through at this point, but need to focus on this enemy priest. I do have multiple rangers with interrupts, so that's going to help. And we have a lot of ridiculous pressure, condition-wise, which is great. There we go. Right through that. Day and outdated PvP tutorials. Yes, I know, right? Or outdated PvP tutorials. It was a good idea at the time, though. Sashay. I'm not going to try to do Ghostly Hero voice because I'll start coughing after saying 2 words. If you've ever had the displeasure of attempting that voice, you know what I'm talking about. I do not recommend trying that voice, by the way. On account of its being deeply unpleasant to try to mimic. And remember, the power is yours. Shards of the Vision Crystal. There we go.
We trusted no one, not even our own kin.
Yeah. Well, definitely gets me. Excuse me. Exhibit A. Well, that's cool. Yes, I know I defeated an opposing team. Please let me see the timer. Thank you. Yeah, to me it sounds like Tyria Asa got stuck in the Crystal Desert and decided to pass his time by smoking. It's just, gargled sand for eons. Yeah, something like that. Oh, wow. That would be so deeply painful to do. Okay, Hesper Sasso. I want your elite, please. Now, Zenmai's got the right idea. Go show this enemy priest who's boss. Sooner would be better. Oh, okay. And we got the boss too. Excellent. Yes, give me the Order of the Vampire. Bad design, those arrows are corporeal. Yeah, that would have been cool if they had kind of a ghostly appearance to them, wouldn't it? That'd require adding that as a model or something, one presumes. Or perhaps just a shader. I don't know why they couldn't just apply like a shader material, but I don't know. That would require some additional tech. You really didn't need to put Splinter Weapon on me, but okay. I feel like I do need to set Zenmai to be more aggressive. She's really bad at actually just attacking things. Overlook is still doing Hulgar. Depends on how Guild Wars handles the alpha channel, I suppose. Yeah. Mm-hmm. There we go. I don't know why that guy took so long to die. Probably something to do with like an India pain or something. Yeah. Guild Wars handles alpha channel really weirdly. It doesn't handle it super well. I know they've forgotten to follow this resting place, etc. I just want to make sure I'm not fighting too many at once, okay? There we go. Frankly, I'm probably just better off swapping to my Spirit of the Spirit here. Just get another second of duration out of this order. Like, I'm not gonna get enough hits in to really make it worth it. Yeah. Kind of wonky, isn't it? Man, I'm just spending a lot of time casting this. I wish I could convince the AI not to be casting Splinter Weapon on me, because it's not helping that much, but here we are. Okay, opposing team. I want to go at about 355 or whatever to go fight these guys. Dropping on top of the bridge in the HA map and hitting the monks below. Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. It's really wonky. It's one of those, like, why is this a mechanic sort of things. Like, why did they end up programming it that way? Because it totally matters for, like, rangers and stuff, but assassins are like, lols, I can attack you, like, infinite vertical height. It's like the Doom guy in, you know, the original Doom engine. It's like, I have infinite vertical reach. Why, how, who cares? It doesn't matter. I wish I could see that benefit that Order of the Vampire is having on my team's damage, but it definitely is having one. Things are dying a lot faster since I started using it. I'm just gonna forcibly move my team over here. I need the Rangers to be in a spot where they can actually see what's going on and actually hit things. Okay, this enemy priest is like the highest priority target we have. There we go. And now we can take care of the rest of this nonsense. Yeah, that's true. It is a lot more complex to do three-dimensional math. It's not that much of a deal to do a spherical position calculation for stuff, I would think. Ooh, 109 gold coins. Hey, I got the bonus. Go me. Getting the bonus. Okay, cool. Let's see. That completed Thirsty River. I guess I could head up to Dunes now. No, I want to stick with Order of the Vampire here. There, here, something like that. I kind of want to use Energizing Course with it. Yeah. Yeah, because then you have to start busting out your trigonometry. And trig is, like, slow. Not as bad as it once was, but still, if you can avoid doing it, you'd like to. Do I want Energizing Course here? Energizing Course is really good for my energy. So, probably... Yeah, but it's not too difficult to be like, how high are you above this thing? For like, it feels like the sort of thing where they could check, like, is your vertical axis within this range? Then you can hit this thing in melee. Otherwise, you can't. But okay. Well, I guess I can just drop these things off over here. I'm going to. And I can make my way north to Alona Reach. I do not need more cloth, so I'm just going to ID these. Worry about the other details of that later. Yeah, I kind of wish that well, you know what I can do? Necrosis has been really nice additional damage. I don't think I need Remedy Signet right now. I might just drop that for Blood Ritual. Yeah, it can be some wonky stuff with... I went the wrong direction. Let's just warp back in this way so I get more in the middle. Determine whether or not an AoE effect hits a person in 3D space, you'd also have to give the characters a space to occupy rather than just a point. Yeah, you kind of need some verticality. Yeah, no, it's definitely a lot simpler. I agree. It's definitely a lot simpler to do the math that way in 2D rather than having... Because, like, even doing, like, a circle-circle collision is a lot easier than some other options. I think in the modern engine it wouldn't be a big deal, but back in 05 when they're trying to make it run on as many things as possible, it's a lot more of an issue. Yeah, and you don't necessarily want tall characters to have disadvantage. I agree. And I've seen that. It's called GoldenEye. Where everybody wanted to be Oddjob because he was short and harder to hit. How long is this burning? Still 3 seconds, not 4? I am a little bit disappointed. It doesn't actually surprise me at all. I wasn't certain on it either, though, so I'm glad to have some confirmation. And the damage decrease of height disadvantage, I imagine. The 2 parts of that coin. I found a solution for not having Blood Ritual, by the way, for my selection of skills for heroes. I can just use it myself. Raza, my friend. Have some energy. Akora, have some energy. Physical attackers, have some energy. This is a very strange build I'm running. This would actually be a good spot for a blood staff. Enchanting blood staff. I'm restricting my builds with this tool in terms of what my heroes have access to. That's all I'm doing. I do enjoy weird builds though. That is an accurate assessment. It's the thing that I love about this game is like the build system. So I like to do weird stuff with it. I felt that aftershock. Zenmine does need to be set on aggressive, or she just like spends too much time standing back. Or maybe that's not how her AI works. Okay, I'm just confused about how her AI works apparently. Yeah, I do kind of wonder what sort of system they use for RNG. I mean, I imagine it's just an RNG, but where is it centralized? Where do they pull numbers? I imagine it's server side, right? For a lot of it. Because they need to have the source of truth be somewhere, and that would be the best place to stick it. Rather than clients saying, I got this drop, and then the server being like, okay. You have a lot of security concerns on this sort of system. What? Salt Flats. Crit damage seems to be unaffected by height advantage. That's bizarre. How do they handle crit damage anyway? Is it just like more strike level? 'Cause that would be a way of doing it. Does this? Probably. I need to get into over here to get to Ilona Reach. There's probably some jade or something. I see. That works. There's a method for sure. Yeah, I know. They had to nerf scythes because of the crazy damage range in assassins going around specifically, I believe. What I remember hearing. Two, three, four. Three and four. Through the teleporter. It'd actually be interesting sometime to dump all of the textures in this game and just like see what they actually look like. Kind of an exercise in curiosity, I suppose, but okay, why is Zenmai like so bad at actually fighting things? He likes to stand around a lot. I don't know. I know she can get a lot of additional G-Gen pressure on. Of course, it's a little bit redundant with Acolyte Gen. But anyway. I might change her around again. Okay, here's Ilona Reach. Ta-da! We made it. Let's see. I can complete this stuff and then go to... what's her face? Glint Slayer. There's a scroll trader. I don't really use these scrolls, so I'm just going to sell it to the trader. This one has a little bit more than base value. Their base value is 400, I think. That one does give a larger experience bonus, so it doesn't actually surprise me that much. I like this sword skin. This is the Runic Blade skin. I think it's a pretty good skin. Longsword. Crippling Slash Pudash. You look like you're an Ascalonian captain. Why isn't there a Zaishan armor set? Or do they just use a Canthan one that we could just get that way? They might actually, now that I think about it. Messing around with that. Sounds like a fun experiment. Okay, I'm just gonna take this bar, I guess, and intermission. With my weird blood paragon. Give me that. It's my rock. You can't have it. I claim it for myself. Okay, time to fight some Dune Burrowers. I hear Dune Burrower. 16mm unmodded bow. Let's go. Yeah. Hello, Ritual Priest Cadet. These guys are kind of cool. Thank you for the second chance. A wily second chance. Why haven't you given me the thing for the bonus existing yet? I don't know. You just need to go activate all 3 of the priests. Crit Steel 55. Cool. Let's get some additional energy going to Zenmai. Where even is Zenmai right now? All the way over there. These things do like to use wary stance. Goes 1 level down, 2 levels down, deals 59 crits. That's... So if you have a little bit of height advantage, is that what you mean? Hey, I got Dune Burrower Jaw. I remember farming these at one point. Not too terribly long ago for Nicholas the Traveler gifts, I think. Where are you, Raza? You need more energy. What is even going on right now? We're just fighting Minotaurs. Seems about right. Okay, Raza, you can have more energy. There we go. Huh, more Dune Burrower Jaws. That's interesting. You'd expect it to be dealing... Okay, so that's the same amount as equal ground. So that's not been decreased at all by height disadvantage. Which is not what you'd necessarily expect. You'd expect it to go down a little bit. It's possible the system that decreases it doesn't quite interact with crits properly. Mm-hmm. Okay. This is where it shows me the bonus. Use them to awaken the 3 ritual priests. Well, if you didn't awaken the first one, you'd have a long trek back. That's for sure. So not yet decreased is what you're telling me. Need to take out this sage. Causing us a lot of issues here, like making the enemies not die. That does sound weird. We've got multiple sages. That is not helpful. Okay, just let me walk over to Talcora. Give her a blood ritual. Give Raza a blood ritual. Mechanics through which height advantage and disadvantage works are very poorly understood, even on the wiki. Yeah, I can tell. Okay, cool. Can we please make things be dead now? Okay, looks like we are making progress. I just need to keep pumping these out. And blood rituals. Yep, the name of this game is Blood Rituals Are Us. This one. I want that one dead. Please make it happen. Man, this would never be continuing this long were I with henchmen. I would have been dead already. Mm-hmm. So the crits kind of throw things off then, is what you're saying? And like confuse things. There we go. Oh, that guy basically died when his thing went down. Yeah, interesting. Okay, Rosin needs a bit more oomph. You know what? It's time to just focus some necrosis on this sage. Well, that was entirely too long. We got them. Part of what was going on there was that the casters were hiding rather successfully behind a thing, and that made it really hard to like get stuff through properly. I'm just gonna carry my spear now. Yeah. Some very interesting, bizarre stuff there, it sounds like. Let's show the sage who's boss, shall we? Okay, let's show the sword who's boss, shall we? Zenmai was getting body blocked, so because she couldn't run around, she wasn't trying to fight these guys properly. It's a thing that happens, it's quite annoying. There we go. Need those clear so I can talk to that priest's bones in a moment. Apparently short enemies can't hit your head and flying enemies can't hit your feet. That does make sense. Like, I was generally aware of some loose impacts on some of that stuff, but... yeah. I always assumed spells like Meteor hit your head in general as well. Here, please, just go pressure the sage. It is, I will say, like, from a mechanical standpoint, there's a lot of stuff that Guild Wars does. It's actually really quite impressive that they went to that level of detail in actually implementing. I want to take out this boss. I just feel like it's going to be annoying if I don't. No, dwarf shouldn't be able to hit you on the head. They went to implement a modified hit table for it. Yeah. I mean, people know enough to be able to make note of it. This is the part where all of my rangers spam antidote signet for 8 seconds. Well, 5 or 6 anyway. Custodian Delis. Oh, boy. Glad the bonus here isn't timed. Although, I don't think it's going to take too much longer. Okay, give me this loot. Now I need this vision crystal. Now I can carry my shiny new rock over to Priest's Bones. Awaken them. Awaken his spirit. There's an Elonian chest over there. Okay, now up the hill. Just as the crystal was in shards and scattered, so were my brothers. It destroyed us in the end. In death, we can regain the glory of the gods. Is there a stage? No, just a couple of those guys. That sounds good. There we go. Now I can go take this all the way up to the ghostly hero, Try Asa himself, and hand it over. I wonder if she's only using this as an interrupt instead of just like attacking with it. She should be just attacking with it because it will double trigger Order of the Vampire, which is pretty sweet. But man, I hate that crystal ringing noise. I'm always glad to kind of not stand next to it. It's quite the intrusive sound. This bridge over here is a trap, by the way. Just ignore it exists. You'll be much happier if you do. Although I'm going to pop the splinter mine that's in front of it, just in case. And Sage is actually a higher priority target. Yeah, you just load him down with conditions. Bleeding plus poison is a lot of degen. Those that kill a set of 4 celestial creatures are those that clear an underground lair of insects, turn it into a spirit sanctuary. Indeed. Oh, what a silly... Like, Ascension as a mechanic makes so much sense in Prophecies, but the fact that they implemented it kind of led them to having to just keep finding implementations of the idea. Which gets really, really silly by the time Nightfall comes around. Excuse me. And it's just like, at what point should the player be allowed to go into to do these things? And it's like, I guess here, why not? Yeah. The attribute point quests are the same way. Like, it's a way of making it clear that you're more powerful and capable than a normal person, but I think that they kind of would have preferred not to have them after that one and just scale us like heroes do. It would have been a lot more straightforward. Raza, you need this. That guy didn't have a thing on him. All right then. Spur Insani needs to stop being a problem. Like, I don't even know if they would have had Wei no Su if they didn't have Ascension. Prophecies was an epic journey of major significance that took you into a hostile and barren land where mortals dare not tread, where you must undertake 3 terrifying trials under the supervision of an ancient forgotten race of powerful spellcasters. You then enter an ancient hall leading to the mists and defeat an aspect of yourself. In factions, it was find a wise old man in the slums and go kill some of his summons. I mean, it's a little bit more than that. The Celestials represent various aspects of humanity, or at least that's the idea. And, like, you have to take out their, like, earthly incarnations. It's the Celestial tests. But yeah, it's certainly, like, it feels more meaningful in Prophecies. What I want to know is how did Tanakai Temple end up in the freaking sewers? Yeah. Because I just needed some sort of marker. And, like, for the attribute point quests, like, they just kind of shove them in factions. This first one doesn't make much sense. The second one makes a little bit of sense. But then for Nightfall, I feel like Nightfall does a little bit better with them. But they're definitely the best done in Prophecies. But, like, the thing is, I think they just made Prophecies, made a bunch of design decisions in the context of making Prophecies, and didn't really think about, okay, how does this translate into if we actually get our sequels like we want to? Because they're just focused on make a good enough game that we'll get the sequels and then we can solve the problem then. That's what it feels like to me. And that's a totally valid approach to doing things, to be clear. But it definitely has some holes that it creates. That they just have to contend with those decisions, right? Like, they should have come up with the Battle Isles in the first place. Like, at the beginning. Theoretically. But then they had to go like, oh, no, we're having to redo our PvP. It's... Yeah, the entire architecture of Kaining is a bit of a mystery. Zenmai's AI is unaggressive and feels like it's, like, on guard. I don't understand how this can be. Okay, look, I don't want you activating. I'm just going to take this now. Slowly hobble my way over. We'll slowly get clear. Yeah. And, like, I'm not saying that it was wrong of them to go about it that way, but when your business plan is sell new campaigns every 6 months, I feel like you should spend a bit of time figuring out what the heck it means to be a campaign and to, like, be in that setting and how it's going to interact with things. I know there's a lot of unknowns and they can't really, like, account for everything, but it does feel like they didn't spend any time figuring out those details. And I think they should have at least spent, like, a week talking about them. I don't know. And again, I have no inside knowledge. It's just from the outside looking in, it feels like they didn't really think about what their campaign model actually meant and how it would affect how they would want to build things. Some of the, like, core ideas. So, and then there's Eye of the North. We're just going to replay the missions requires an external guide as they're bloody unfindable after the first time. Yeah, I know what you mean. Eye of the North was a worthy experiment. And I like the idea of expansions for the game, but it is a stupid short design cycle. Well, that's why you would theoretically need 2 teams alternating off, right? You need them to be handing off. But in a year-long cycle is not too bad if you are already working with, like, stuff that's a lot of things that are built. It dramatically decreases the overhead, right? But 6 months is not enough time to turn things around. But, like, this is the thing. Like, I think they were inspired by Magic the Gathering and trading card games, and were like, they release something, like, every 4 months. But it's like, okay, but they also have, like, a pipeline where they work on those for years. So they have a whole method and like multiple design teams. Like they have a whole thing to make that work. Are you going to build your version of that? Because that's what's needed, and you build up to it too. Like if you look at early Magic, it's chaotic. But the thing is, one person could make a set. One person could make a Magic set in terms of the design. You just need to commission some art for it. And that's just not feasible for a video game. Now, you might have problems with one person making a Magic set, but like Arabian Nights was just Richard Garfield pumped out a set sort of thing. Superior Vigor, everyone. We got there. We got there. Oh man, some of these ritual priests actually survived to make it all the way up here? That's unlikely. Yeah.
The vision crystal is complete. Your day of judgment at Augury Rock is near.
Cool. Plus 50 more of a man. I mean, plus 9. I'm using a... Oh, no. Plus 20. I have a minor vigor going on over here. You can just come in here for the moment. Yeah. Dunes. Do I want to do dunes? I guess I might as well go do dunes. Yeah, let's ascend today. Let's get that far. Gargling sand intensifies. Yup. It does, doesn't it? Yeah, this is fine. Just intermission. Let's go. And let's hope this doesn't bug out and he doesn't open the door properly. Had that happen to me once. That was lame. I had nothing but sand to eat. Yeah, I couldn't communicate to his team. Yeah, no kidding. You don't need to clam that resource. Come on. These things like to use shield stance. Sounds vaguely irritating, but not the biggest of deals. This mission is going to take a while, but... This place is indistinguishable from sandworms. Yep. There you go. That is his failure. I actually kind of like this bar to an extent. I think if I were... Yeah, you have to make several changes if it was incorporating... but I feel like Blood Bond would be a really good skill to add to it. They are all over prophecies. You start seeing them in the northern Shiver Peaks, and then they're here in the Crystal Desert, and they're in the Maguma Jungle. They're kind of like randomly allocated. Where are they in Kryta? Trying to think. There's Tengu in Kryta. I don't remember Centaurs though. Thinking of Scale, Imps, Tengu, Trolls. Yeah, because they're over here in the Crystal Desert, for sure, but... I don't think they're in the southern Shiver Peaks either. I think it's just the northern. But, like, this is one of the things about Guild Wars 1 that I didn't realize until I was going through some of the vanquishing, is there's a lot of regions where it's like, these are the enemies that appear in the region, but they don't appear in every map of the region, which is really cool to me. They are in the Far Shiver Peaks. Yeah, and in Ilona. Okay, but can we do something about this worm, please? This will help. Open door, please. Why no open door? Come on, ghostly hero, open door. Ghostly hero. You... Okay. There we go. Now we can claim resource. We can get through again. Thunk. I'm not going for the bonus here, by the way. The bonus is, like, annoying, and you have to specifically build for it, and I just don't care. It's 1,000 experience, and I can do it another time if I want it. That's my logic. Yep. The famous monster skill, claim resource. Use this, that way Zenmai can get some energy back. I can have one who's over here for some random reason. Yeah, that would be pretty sweet. I'd love to be able to steal claim resource and just walk up to the gate and be like, okay, now this opens. I am curious how it kind of works under the hood, though. Yeah, I have seen a speed run for factions. It's definitely difficult to figure out how, like, what rules you should be speedrunning under. Prophecies, like, the weird thing about prophecies is, like, because you're probably going from a fresh character. Well, that was just rude. How are you, like, is it faster to just... I don't know. Like, can you make a warrior build capable of... Or, like, can you make a build capable of getting to Drachner's Forge from Beacon's Perch? Because that would cut a lot of the game out. Or is it better to make your way to Sanctum Cay and then the Crystal Desert and do the stuff here in the desert? I feel like I'd almost want to be a ranger. Just because of the run speed buffs I have access to. Like I said, I've watched 5.5 hours. I've watched a factions one, and that uses glitches to clip through a bunch of stuff. Whammo. Yeah, that's the other option, because, like, sprint can last a really long time. So you can kind of get constant speed ups from that. But it's like, okay, do you have access to charge or not? Or no pre-unlocked skills allowed. Interesting. Okay, we're just gonna, like, chill here in the middle in a moment. Raza should get some energy. Yeah, Igneous Summoning Stone would help a lot with some of that stuff. And then the other question is, with Nightfall, is it faster to go with Master of Whispers or Margaret. I feel like Margaret might actually be faster because it wouldn't surprise me if Dasha Vestibule is faster than oh yeah, we need to get the ghostly hero onto the altar. It wouldn't surprise me if Dasha Vestibule is faster than Forts is a bit strong. It's like a fort. But yeah, anyway, like Dasha Vestibule and Pogon Passage feels faster than Rylon Refuge and Zagnir Bastion. But I don't actually know. But like with Nightfall with heroes, how are you handling the rules with that? Because it's like, okay, my count's UAX, how does this work? Like, so speed clearing is a big deal, but like an actual speed runs of the game is just not. I've thought about it, but haven't ever tried to figure out, okay, but under what rule set would I actually, like, how would that work? We just have to chill here for like 10 minutes. It's kind of meh. I feel like the fastest thing, though, would be like with prophecies. You guys to cry all the way to TOA even to do some quests there. Just screws off to beacons and runs to Drox. Yeah, that's about what I'd expect. Because that skips a lot of stuff. But you need to get like to the point where you can do that. Because you need fights there with heroes at level 15. That's kind of impressive. What heroes, though? Like mercs or does he pop into? Because he'd have to pop into one of the other things in order to be able to get them. Oh, uses fights there with henchmen. Like fighting there with the henchmen is actually kind of impressive because the henchmen you'd have at beacons, because you have to go through beacons. You can't avoid that. You get to Lornar's. That sounds tedious as I'll get out. Why doesn't days affect chance anyway? Defy pain. Yeah. Sounds about right. Look, I just need you guys to get some conditions on this. So I can chunk it down with necrosis. There we go. To get infused. Yeah, that makes sense. Plus Iron Mines, like, you save yourself a bunch of other headaches by going that way. Sounds pretty crazy. Ends the run at level 17. Wow. I'm surprised he doesn't end up higher. Quite frankly. Kind of impressive that he doesn't. What are the rules, I wonder? Yeah, I feel like Nightfall... I need to see what the rules are for Nightfall, but like Nightfall, you know what? This stack of coins is just not worth it. Nightfall is a little bit tricky in terms of like what are the rules around heroes. Like this is why I did this, right? For playing through Nightfall, because I wanted to change it up so that way I wasn't just like, okay, well, I have access to all of the skills on my account. There are no restrictions. Everything is now ruined for like there's no, it's not interesting to use like things, so. So slash bonus is okay, but Notion Lie. No mercenary heroes. Yeah. I feel like that's really confusing to do, though. I don't think I really care about that worm. Because Factions isn't as long. I can't imagine taking Beacon's henchmen and fighting to Drockner's Forge that way. It just seems absolutely miserable. Yeah, there's a lot of gate glitching you can do to like shortcut through stuff. I watched one faction speedrun a while back. I feel like doing all campaigns is probably best to start in Nightfall. Nah, it's probably best to start in Factions for all campaigns. Yeah. The thing is, like, getting max armor is not something you can reasonably do in a lot of those as well, just because the resource requirements between, like, the tier under max and max is substantial. Yeah, because that one would give you the quickest start. I still feel like a challenge would be you'd want to do the 15 attribute point quests, I would assume, but you might be able to get away with not doing it. And then I feel like you hop over to Nightfall, get heroes. I feel like I'd probably do that Factions Nightfall, Eye of the North Prophecies. But figuring out the skill unlocks is quite challenging. Yeah, I think you have to just skip those quests because the Zen Daijun one in particular takes a long, like both of them take a while. But the thing is, like, you probably just start a Factions character and hop over to Nightfall and do that one first and then wrap up Factions, because you don't want to do Factions with, like, you don't have to deal with Factions henchmen if you don't have to. I don't know. The thing is, like, it's also if you're not going glitchless, because I'd want to do glitchless because I don't have to worry about like portal like clipping and stuff like that. But the biggest thing to me is like just managing like, okay, what hero skills do I actually get to use? Because that's yeah, because that's the real issue is like getting the skills that you need is a huge pain in the rear end. Okay. How do I want to roll this? Oh, I have necrosis. Oh, this is simple. I don't need leadership. I don't need motivation. I just need spear mastery. I don't need blood magic either. Flash monk drops that pretty quickly. No, you definitely don't need elites. They're nice, but you don't need them. There's my spear mastery. Headpiece. So I get this. Gives me a little bit of a jump start. I do need to be into slash necro if I'm going to use necrosis. There, that'll probably work quite easily. I can always bring There's Nothing to Fear too. These guys can't use PvE only skills except for the new elites, so this is a really easy one to do. Let's swap over to this one. So yeah, these guys right here, the General Mendoza, Lord Valador, and Commander Josiah, they're here regardless of when you enter the Augury Rock area. So you can enter here and like talk to one of these guys, and like before you beat the various missions, they'll actually give you directions to them. Like very loose, like this direction type directions, but they do give you instructions on how to get to the different missions. So I am Warfront, I think. I have no idea what you're referring to. Stuff where your armor doesn't appear? I've definitely had times where my armor doesn't appear right away. Doppelganger's super easy. Oh. I have no idea.
Reach out and take hold of your destiny. Your ascendance is now complete.
Man, the doppelganger is... Like, there's a couple of things that you can do to abuse the doppelganger here. It can't use PvE only skills except for the new elites for some random reason. Probably just they didn't code it that it couldn't. But the other thing... I'm just going to go do that again in hard mode for no good reason other than I can. Just to see how it feels on hard mode when the doppelgangers are a little bit smarter. So it's really easy to abuse it in a couple of different ways. One, you have an enchantment put on you by going through this process right here, right? You go through here, and this puts an enchantment on you. Yeah, its AI is real dumb. It'll use Frenzy. Like, Frenzy Empathy is, like, a good way to get it to kill itself if you're a Mesmer or Warrior. But it's a bit smarter about that sort of stuff in normal mode. But, like, so you can use a bunch of assassin stuff. Walking through this puts this enchantment on you right here, right? Divine Fire. This is an enchantment. You're surrounded by the fire of the gods. Use the power to gain access to Augury Rock. You can use that with Dagger Chain, Golden Phoenix Strike, to prevent it from... Oh, no, I guess the Doppelganger does get an enchantment, so never mind that. This one's a lot tankier. Nope, I didn't get it in hard mode. I need a little bit more going on. That's fine. I didn't know that. I just thought it'd be fun to give it a try. But anyway, you can easily abuse it with the sneak attack, which blinds and is a lead attack. So you can use that, and it can't use it, and then you can use a dagger chain. Nah, I'm not going to bother trying to fight it here in hard mode just yet. I'll worry about it some other time. Okay, well, I'm going to leave this guy off here at Dragon's Lair. Well, probably actually at the guild hall, so that way I can sell stuff, but that's going to go ahead and wrap things up for me for today. I'll be back tomorrow. So the next stream is tomorrow. You can see the schedule down below. Well, I don't have a reason to beat it in hard mode, Warfront 1. So, yes, I am giving up on that already because it doesn't matter to me right now. I'll beat it later. Like, it's time for the stream to go ahead and wrap up. I don't want to spend a bunch of time, like, figuring out, okay, how am I going to approach this fight? I'd probably just drop Blazing Spear and see how that goes. But anyway, like I said, time for me to go ahead and wrap up here because it's the end of my stream. It's actually a little bit beyond the end of my stream, actually. But I wanted to go ahead and at least do Augury Rock. So you can follow the channel, get notified when I go live. Like I said, I'll be back tomorrow. I stream on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays, although your time zone may adjust exactly where that falls. But yeah, the schedule should be down in the tab below. And let's see. I guess that's all. Well, I have a Discord if you want to go hang out on it. Might as well mention that. Yeah, that'll be everything. So until tomorrow, everyone, take care. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.